Welcome to the Whoopty Wop.
Drifting off and
We're
getting away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoopty Wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious. You know the
Yo,
who's your
hand me the Whoopty Wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
Whoopty Wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
That's
we
something to do with
throw some cool
and
Whoopty Wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I do know at one
Comes
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
And just like that, Kristi Noem is out of a job. Donald Trump fired Noem as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary on Thursday afternoon. He did it via Truth Social. Let me read you what he said. I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31, 2026. The current secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere we are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. We have a Shield of the Americas. It sounds vaguely like the Avengers. Anyway, whatever you think of this announcement, it is very clear that Kristi Noem has been removed as the DHS head and replaced with Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, which, sidebar, will occasion an appointment to the Senate. It's a very Republican state. Kevin Stitt, the governor, will do it. Sidebar over. Why did Noem become the first high-profile, big-name cabinet secretary to be fired by Trump? Obviously, Trump last year got rid of Mike Waltz, who was the national security advisor, and replaced him with Marco Rubio, who's also the Secretary of State. But this is the first big move by Trump to get rid of a high-profile person in one of the high-profile cabinet jobs. So Noem did a bunch of things wrong. Let's go from most recent to least recent. She had 2 days of disastrous hearings, one in front of the Senate on Tuesday, one in front of the House on Wednesday. On Tuesday, she got into a back and forth with John Kennedy, a very reliable Trump ally from Louisiana, about a $200+ million advertising campaign that was being run through the Department of Homeland Security that just promoted Noem. She's just in these ads. And she said that Donald Trump had given her the okay to do that. That didn't sit well with John Kennedy or Donald Trump. On Wednesday, Democrats asked Noem, two Democrats in the House Judiciary Committee asked Noem about allegations that she was having a sexual relationship with Corey Lewandowski, who is sort of her consigliere at DHS. And she did not deny either time she was asked under oath that they are having an affair, or were. Noem is married, as is Lewandowski. Those are the two most obvious proximate things. We know from a Wall Street Journal story last month that Trump was annoyed about the rumors about Lewandowski and Noem, that he would ask other people about them. We know from this morning that Trump was quizzing Republican members of Congress about whether or not he should get rid of Noem. Obviously, he got the feedback he wanted to get, and he got Mark Wayne Mullen to agree to take over the job, and he got rid of Noem. But the broader thing here with Noem is, as we go back, remember, Noem was the face of the sort of border patrol and immigration enforcement activities. That's a huge priority for Trump. And she got a lot of kudos in Trump world for sort of the first year of this. But then Minneapolis happened, right? And Greg Bovino, who was Noem's sort of point person for the Border Patrol, was in Minneapolis. He was the face in Minneapolis when Alex Preddy and Renee Good were both shot and killed by immigration enforcement officials. Trump clearly saw he had a major problem. He basically sent Bovino back to California, sidelined Noem, and put Tom Homan, the border czar, in charge in Minneapolis, and they quickly wound down the immigration enforcement agents in that city and in the state more broadly, as a recognition, or as close to a recognition as you're going to get, that they had made a big mistake there. So Noam from Minneapolis was already on very thin ice. And then I really do think one of the running strains that you've seen with her is this self-promotional aspect. And that is fueled by Lewandowski in many ways. Lewandowski came to prominence in 2016. He was in the inner circle of Trump's 2016 campaign. He has sort of latched back on with Noam amid rumors that they are having an affair. He pushed Noam very hard. She was the governor of South Dakota. He pushed her very hard as a potential VP pick. Obviously, she was not picked. He then pushed her very hard to be in the cabinet, and she was picked as Department of Homeland Security. But the Wall Street Journal piece in February just took the two of them apart, that they were very insular, that they were treating career officials there really badly, and that the focus of the entire department was Kristi Noem, her brand, promoting her on television, promoting her as a potential candidate in 2028. And if there's one thing that Donald Trump hates more than anything else, it's when people who work for him try to take advantage of the perch that he's given them for their own personal advantage. And Noam has just been a relentlessly ambitious climber over the last decade or so. And Lewandowski, certainly in the last 5 years, has kind of engineered all of that. But I think that's ultimately what brought her down. This $200+ million campaign, ad campaign, is clearly Noam trying to promote herself as kind of the immigration warrior so she can run in 2028, right? With Lewandowski kind of serving as her shadow campaign manager. I don't think she got fired because of the relationship or perceived relationship with Lewandowski, who is her junior, at least in the department. But I don't think it helped, right? I think really what ultimately led to it was Minneapolis combined with this $200 million campaign that got a lot of attention this week, got a lot of Republicans up in arms. Why are we spending this money to promote Kristi Noem? And, Trump not wanting you to put Trump second to anyone, and Kristi Noem repeatedly doing that. Markwayne Mullin has emerged just very quickly on him. He is a very conservative Republican senator. He spent time in the House before the Senate. He has emerged on television as a staunch defender of Donald Trump's immigration policies, and not just defender, but staunch advocate of Donald Trump's immigration policies. And remember, Trump watches a ton of TV. So the best way to endear yourself to him is be good on TV, defending him on an issue he really cares about, like immigration. So I think that's probably why Mullin gets the nod here. Fun Markwayne Mullin fact. He is an MMA fighter. He is a kind of mixed martial artist, sidebar. So Noam is out. And with it probably comes the end of what I always thought was a very long shot notion that she would be a serious 2028 candidate. I think she is now out of the Trump inner circle. I know he's giving her another job. The reason he's giving her another job is because he doesn't like looking like he's giving into elite opinion makers calling on her to resign. He hates that. That's why Pete Hegseth still has a job. It's probably why Tulsi Gabbard still has a job. But I think that's what this is. Trump wanted her out. She was putting herself above Trump. She was getting him tons of bad attention. He did not love the Lewandowski Noam stuff in their relationship, or their alleged relationship, and it all just became too much. And then he had a ready replacement who he liked, who's good on TV, in Markwayne Mullin. So big news out of Trump world. Again, first major cabinet secretary to be removed by Donald Trump. I will stay on top of it, but wanted to break down the early news for you all. All I ask of you is hit that subscribe button for me. Independent, authentic, and here every single day breaking down the big news. I hope you hit subscribe. Take care.
Well, ding dong, the witch is dead. So now she's going to be the head of SHIELD. Apparently she's going to be running the Trump's version of, well, many of you won't be old enough to remember Ronald Reagan and his Star Wars missile shield defense for North America. So Donald Trump has an equivalent, I think it's called Shield of America or something. I just heard about it. Well, I mean, she's been nominated. She's not out of the administration. She's just been sidelined. It's kind of like in the Navy and probably the military as well. If a captain gets relieved of duty, usually they'll temporarily assign him some desk job until he can complete the paperwork to be retired. That's kind of what's happening with her. She'll probably like, hate the job and go do something else. I predict that Kash Patel is going to be the next to go. I don't think I know Trump did not appreciate that scene with him, sucking down a beer in the locker room with the hockey team. Um, had it had it been had it not been with the hockey team, Kash Patel would probably be gone. So supposedly Trump talked directly to Kash Patel and basically voiced his displeasure. So Kash Patel better be laying low until Donald Trump has another crisis to manage. What's up, Mela? So what I originally had planned was this. Basically, this is Ross Douthat talking about the Iraq War in foreign policy. The question is, does the Iran war put America first? No, it's an unnecessary war that's probably already cost $1 billion. It's not America first. So we'll listen to this. I think it's 40 minutes or so. I'm always interested to hear what a religious conservative like Ross Douthat will ask.
This is why the minutes.
So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button, and if you happen to be new here, join the 300. I think we're up to 302 now. So we're on a roll, folks. We'll get to 500 eventually. And today is Thursday. Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investments, either in beer or actual bills. Beer or bills. I have them both. So support the show by supporting the host. And let's get on with Mr. Douthat here.
Administration is so vulnerable to the criticism that this is so similar to Iraq, because it is so similar to Iraq.
So whatever happened to America first?
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran.
It doesn't feel like a war with Iran was quite what Donald Trump campaigned on in 2024.
And we're going to end these endless wars. They never stop. You ever see these wars? They go on for 14 years, 20 years.
And my guest this week thinks it's a big betrayal of the voters who put him in the White House. Kurt Mills, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. So I'm going to do some stage setting here for anyone in the audience who doesn't follow all of the ins and outs of right-wing foreign policy debates. But you are in charge of the American Conservative magazine, which is a magazine founded by Pat Buchanan, among other people, in opposition to the looming Iraq war. And for a long time, the American Conservative was a pretty lonely voice for foreign policy restraint, a kind of anti-war, anti-imperial conservatism. But throughout the Trump era, it's been seen as much more influential, maybe closer to what Trump himself believes. But here we are, the U.S. is at war, and it is a war. It's not a large-scale combat operation, right? We're at war with Iran. We're still backing Ukraine in its ongoing war with Russia. We've intervened in Venezuela. We've intervened in Nigeria. There's a long list, right? So whatever this looks like, I would not describe it as a dovish or restraint-oriented administration. And however you would describe your faction on the right, you can call it anti-war MAGA, we can call it America First, whatever label you want to use, seems to be losing.
Yep.
So give me a big picture account of why that's happened. Why, in the broadest sense, the second Trump administration turned out to be much more hawkish than a lot of people expected.
It seems pretty clear to me that the ultimate deciding factor is the president's personality and own determinations. There are a number of people in this administration. There are real cadres that believe in non-interventionism. They were put into personnel throughout the administration in a much more pronounced way than in term one. This generation is younger, I think very notably at the cabinet level, but also at the sub-cabinet level. There was every indication that when Trump came in, first day of term two, first month of term two, that they really wanted to get the ball rolling on a number of these endeavors. In fact, they tried before he was even in power. The president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, if you remember the transition in mid-January 2025, imposed a ceasefire on the Israelis that was very unpopular among the Israeli right. Trump opened up negotiations and announced it side by side with Benjamin Netanyahu with Iran in April of 2025. Vice President Vance led a caustic showdown with Zelensky in February of 2025, indicating the administration was going to take a hard line in getting out of the war. Even on pet projects of people like Secretary of State Marco Rubio, there was every indication that there were competing factions to try to do diplomacy in Latin America. This may well just be stuff that is written in history books and not remembered actively, but the opening thrust of Trump term two was extremely in this direction, and I think it's worth noting. I also think it had been building for years. There was every indication that it was going to look very different. So
then what? So what changed? What was you said it? You
the
think
president
it comes down to Trump himself?
The president is impatient.
So
the president is impatient. The president does not have the patience for diplomacy. I think this is clear. The president does not have the detail-oriented mindset to overwhelm the various factions in his coalition. And the president is ultimately, fundamentally, an underratedly agreeable personality. And so a major part of President Trump's boss Tweed style of management are people who want to drive the U.S. into war, right? There are Latin America hawks, there are Iran hawks, there are even conservative hawks remaining on the Hill and in the military-industrial complex for Ukraine. And fundamentally, he has not shown the determination and courage to tell them no. And I think you've seen this, yes, on the right, but you've also seen it on the world stage. He likes Keir Starmer. Yeah, I know he assailed him yesterday with Friedrich Merz, but generally speaking, there's been a reasonable relationship. He likes Emmanuel Macron. Of course, he likes Xi Jinping and he likes Vladimir Putin. That's a status quo dynamic if you can't say no to anybody. And the status quo is America as an escalatory interventionist power.
So that's a status quo embodied by not just forces within his administration, but by NATO, the Western Alliance, sure. what gets pejoratively called the foreign policy blob, right?
A lot of this is just an open source. Like, I mean, I really don't. People are intimidated by foreign policy. I don't think it's actually that complex. Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, flew to D.C. immediately when the Iran war started because he sniffed, I think, correctly, a grand opportunity for Europe here, or European internationalists, I should say, which is support Trump on Iran, lump it. I don't think they would have chosen this, but they don't really care, right? I mean, the Europeans have been, Contra 10 years ago when they were all in on the Iran diplomacy, they've been very frosty throughout this process. They don't care about the Iranians.
Look at this self-important dude. Dude, nobody cares about foreign policy unless there's a war. This is a total waste of money. It sets all kinds of bad precedents. And I'm still trying to figure out how the hell one Kuwaiti F-18 downed 3 American F-15s. The Kuwaiti pilot fired 3 missiles and splashed 3 jets, American jets. I want to know how the hell that happened.
It's easy to dump them and try to get Trump back all in on NATO and Ukraine. And he said it in the first 20 seconds of his response in his meeting with Trump. He said, yep, we support the end of this regime, but I'm really here to talk about Ukraine.
How much do you think Trump likes being a hawk, though, too, right? I mean, yes, so it's impatience with diplomacy, it's agreeableness, but, when I look back at his first term, it was a first term that had, in a way, a kind of establishment Republican foreign policy. In other ways, he very conspicuously resisted figures like John Bolton arguing for escalation against Iran. But there were various moments, right? The assassination of General Soleimani, most notably, where it seemed like Trump took real pleasure in using the U.S. military arsenal and, not being the guy who put boots on the ground and occupied countries, but in being a dynamic actor on the world stage. And that, when I look at sort of the pattern from Venezuela to Iran, that's sort of what I
linked it to the impatience, though. I mean, it's, there's disputes, there's negotiations, it's complex, it's hard. He feels like he's getting run over by, foreign actors potentially. He said it yesterday, Israel didn't make this decision. If anything, I forced their hand. He's very competitive and jockish and, macho about that, so to speak. But I think you're right that he's attractive.
This dude literally just said that Trump was macho. Oh my God. This man, MAGA is effed up. I don't even know where to go with this.
Fundamentally to the glamour of the.
Apparently, this dude came out of his basement for this interview, and I'm sure he'll be crawling back into it afterwards.
He strikes. So there is this element to him. But fundamentally, until perhaps this month or until February 28th, when we launched the war with Iran, Trump has shown a pretty clear hesitancy to get involved in these grand ways, a la the neocons, a la the 2000s.
So what is the alternative to the kind of internationalist and interventionist consensus that you're arguing that he's sort of accepted? What is the right-wing foreign policy, the conservative foreign policy that you were hoping for, just in broad strokes?
I mean, look, I think it's important. So, our magazine was founded by Buchanan, and as you mentioned, and Buchanan in a lot of ways was the Tucker Carlson of his age, and also ran for president, which, may be forthcoming one day from Mr. Carlson.
That's not true.
Trump and Buchanan had a very bad relationship because they both sort of comically competed over the 2000 Reform Party nomination, and Trump said horrible things about Pat. And I'm only aware of 2 people that Trump has ever personally apologized to. One, his wife, Melania Trump, after the leak of Access Hollywood. And second, Pat. So even if you think Trump believes in nothing and is a nihilist, which I don't, but if you believe that, he is aware of the ideology that he trafficked in the 2016 primary and has continued to the last 10 years. And that is fundamentally a conservative anti-globalism. It is skeptical of our massive empire overseas, that it serves the Americans.
That is so much bullshit. Dude, this guy, like I said, he just climbed out of his basement. And what was going on in that basement, he still thinks is actually happening in the real world. You don't just invade 2 countries in 2 months, or you don't decapitate 2 countries in 2 months, not believing in empire. This is the problem with MAGA. you get a bunch of little nincompoops like this trying to insert ideology into something that's obviously impulse. Okay, Trump is impulsive, and the key to what Trump is going to do is he thinks the presidency, he thinks the federal government is a company and for his to run, and he's the CEO. And apparently he thinks American citizens are employees. That, to me, that seems to be the way he's running the country right now.
That it serves the national interest. It is skeptical of unending immigration, and it is skeptical of.
This is the man who's trying to get to buy Greenland, who's been making all kinds of saber rattling to acquire Greenland, but he doesn't believe in empire. Who the fuck is this idiot? And why is it Ross Douthat pushing back?
Quote, free trade. That is what Trump ran on. That is why the conservative establishment lost its mind when he first rose to power. And that is when his back has been against the wall, what he has really reached for. I mean, remember, someone called Ron DeSantis was once favored to beat him in the 2024 primary, and he leaned in hard to the anti-war messaging, leaned hard to the trade hawkish messaging, hard on the immigration. He reached for it again and again and again. And at the same time, of course, a rising young senator called J.D. Vance endorsed President Trump early in that primary when that was not voguish, that was not considered the safe play. And then he backed a withdrawal and skepticism of Ukraine when that was not at all considered the conventional wisdom, even on the right, or at least within the establishment right. He made those bets. And that was an early alliance between the two of them. And I think it tells you that this ideology was always twinned and linked.
Do you think of this ideology as isolationist?
No. But I think what is isolationism?
Well, that's part of my question, right?
I mean, it's just like a
What
catch-all
is
slur,
isolationism?
right? I mean, very few.
Well, there's a thread that runs through Republican
Who's
foreign
ever called
policy.
themselves as an isolationist?
No one.
Well, people actually called themselves neocons, right? Like, that was like a real movement. They called it. They advanced policies that helped ruin the country, but like that was an actual ideology. Although by the time it became controversial, right? When they started messing things up.
in the early 2000s, you had lots of neoconservatives who would say, well, what is a neoconservative anyway, right? It was, I guess what I'm getting at is this. There's a strand of Republican foreign policy that is extremely hawkish, aggressive, and interventionist. And sometimes for the sake of democracy, sometimes just on general.
It's the de facto ideology.
On general,
I mean, you
right.
see it. It's on autopilot on Capitol Hill. The older generation just marinated in it. It's the central nervous system.
But there's also a thread, a strong thread that runs through actual Republican presidents, from Dwight Eisenhower through Richard Nixon and to some extent Ronald Reagan, that is internationalist but skeptical of military intervention. But then there's also a fuller kind of anti-imperial, anti-war right that says, no, we need to sort of dismantle bases, bring troops home, and so on. And I'm curious where in that divide you sit. Like, do you think that Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan offer a valuable tradition, or do you think they were too?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch a couple more minutes of this. If it does not improve immediately, I'm gonna do a Donald Trump and decapitate it and move on. This is literally, this young man is delusional. I'll give it a couple more minutes. You know what? No, I'm not. Fuck this. All right. So we've already talked about this piece of business here. President ousts Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary. It appears she did not know about this. She was in Tennessee giving a speech, and just before I started up this show, I was over in Big J's chat, and and he was covering a speech she was giving in Tennessee, and she did not appear to know that she had been replaced. Apparently, Trump did it on Truth Social. Um, if I were a cabinet secretary, I would constantly have my phone set to Truth Social, so I'd know if I've been fired or not. So, uh, so in another bit of news, um, foreign policy news. Now, Trump calls on Kurds to aid U.S. effort in Iran, offers support. Oh, that's a good idea. In outreach to Kurdish minority leaders in Iran and neighboring Iraq, the president offered U.S. support to insurgent efforts against Tehran. Dude, this dude is just, what is he trying to do? Oh, my Lord. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
It's no secret
Oh,
that
damn
we
it.
have. I'd even say we're trucking's best.
Generated voice.
I
The
swear I'm
Trump
going to have to get rid
administration,
of these
bracing
guys.
for more U.S. casualties and considering whether to put troops on the ground in Iran, has begun reaching out to Tehran's domestic opposition as potential allies to foment an uprising against the regime. In calls this week to Kurdish minority leaders in Iran and neighboring Iraq, President Donald Trump offered extensive U.S. air cover and other backing for anti-regime Iranian Kurds to take over portions of western Iran, according to multiple people familiar with the effort. The American request to the Iraqi Kurds is to open the way and not obstruct Iranian Kurdish groups mobilizing in Iraq, while also providing logistical support, said a senior official of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, one of two major political parties that govern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. Trump was clear in his call Sunday to PUK leader Bafel Talabani. He told us the Kurds must choose a side in this battle, either with America and Israel or with Iran, said the official, one of several Kurdish and U.S. officials who discussed sensitive matters on the condition of anonymity. A senior official of the Kurdish Democratic Party, the other major Iraqi party whose leader, Masoud Barzani, was also called by Trump, confirmed that account, but said that it's not about who has more active armed militias ready to move into Iran. It's about who has more support from inside. Trump also spoke Tuesday with Mustafa Hijri, head of the oldest Iranian Kurdish opposition party, the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, PDKI, whose organization declined requests for comment. PDKI is part of a coalition of 6 anti-regime Iranian Kurdish parties that last week announced its formation in a declaration from Iraqi Kurdistan. In a statement Wednesday, the party urged all Iranian soldiers and personnel, especially in Kurdistan, to abandon their bases and withdraw their support from the regime's armed and repressive forces. The Iraqi Kurds, who have long provided refuge for their Iranian brethren on the condition they do not plot against Tehran, risk destroying a tenuous peace they have maintained with the Iranian regime if the U.S. and Israeli war efforts do not succeed. Far more organized and powerful than the Kurds.
Let me tell you what I'm hearing here. If Trump, this is unplanned. Okay, these guys, if it were me, I probably would have called these guys and would have sounded them out before I ever went in and started military operations. What's happening is Trump probably expected the Iranian government to capitulate after bombing the shit out of them, and they have not done it. So what he needs to do is he needs to get like some sort of boots on the ground, because the government's not budging. This is not going according to plan. And it's not like I'm an army guy or anything like that, but I, have even my little bit of experience in the Navy. This is not, you don't go in and call the opposition leader. You do that before you go in, so you know what your assets are. This is being bungled as we speak. Dude, this administration is just full of incompetent people, including the president. That's amazing. So now you're basically going to get the Kurds. Oh, my Lord. I don't even know where to go with that. All right. How war in the Persian Gulf could spill into the U.S. economy if it wasn't obvious. I hear gas prices are already spiking, highest since last summer, I think I heard. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
How war in the Persian Gulf could spill into the U.S. economy. This article is by Lydia DePillis and read by an automated voice. 3 kinds of events have historically pushed the United States into recessions: financial crises, oil price shocks, and pandemics. The U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran have already brought about the second circumstance on that list, and if things go badly, potentially the first. Much will depend on how long the conflict lasts and how severe it remains. The impact has grown as strikes have expanded beyond Iran, paralyzing airports and damaging industrial facilities across the Middle East. If there is a ceasefire in the next week, trade flows could get back to normal fairly quickly. But if the bombs keep falling for more weeks or months, as President Trump has foreshadowed, the economic drag could become much heavier and the cost to U.S. taxpayers much greater. Here are the main channels through which Americans may feel the effects. Strangling oil supplies. In the days after the war began, tankers stopped entering the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran controls and through which 20% of the world's oil is channeled. About 200 ships are stranded in the Persian Gulf region, according to Lloyd's List, and oil shipping rates have shot up. Saudi Arabia's largest oil refinery and Qatar's largest liquefied natural gas export facility shut down after drone attacks. Oil prices surged and are up about 15% since the fighting started, at about $83 a barrel for the international crude benchmark. Diesel prices rose to well over $4 a gallon on average, their highest level since late 2023, according to AAA. The average gasoline price has jumped to $3.25 a gallon, from $2.99 last week, according to Gas Buddy. Even if the fighting stops, oil prices will remain elevated through the rest of the year.
I thought gas was down to $1.99. What's going on here?
Goldman Sachs estimates, and if the strait remains closed for weeks, they could reach $100 a barrel. Of course, this isn't the 1970s, when turmoil in the Middle East led to fuel shortages that sent inflation skyrocketing and created lines at gas stations. The U.S. economy has become less dependent on oil because of the rise of wind and solar-generated electricity, as well as the shale boom, which has made the United States a net energy exporter. Some American gas companies have already sought to capitalize on higher prices. Inflation is expected to rise, decreasing the likelihood that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates in the coming months. As usual, smaller businesses are more exposed to volatile prices because they can't afford long-term contracts or financial instruments that protect them against fluctuations. Any sort of industrial business is going to hedge out all their energy exposure, said Chris Hodge, chief U.S. economist for Natixis Corporate and AMP Investment Banking. That cost of hedging is going to go up a little bit, but it's probably not going to impede any sort of capital expenditure plans. The same goes for consumers. Those with low incomes tend to spend a higher share of their earnings on gasoline. As prices per gallon rise, people cut back on other priorities. With the personal savings rate at its lowest point in more than 3 years, and delinquency rates on credit cards and auto loans rising to levels not seen since the Great Recession, there is not a lot of cushion left. Retailers and restaurants that serve low-income customers and consumers in suburbs that require driving everywhere are most exposed, said Michael Gunther, the senior vice president of research at Consumer Edge, a credit card data company. He expects the wedge in spending between low and high earners to widen, as it did in 2022 when inflation topped 9%. When there's a general inflation shock and gas prices were up a lot then too, that differential really blew out, Mr. Gunther said. It's not as if spending fell off a cliff, but it certainly weakened from before. Trade frictions. the Strait of Hormuz is not an essential route for goods besides oil. And although the whole region is now riskier to sail through, trade had already shifted away from the nearby Suez Canal because of the risk of attacks by Houthi rebels over the past few years, limiting the immediate downside. Still, absent the outbreak of new hostilities, conditions might have improved. Rather than prompting a new, disruptive diversion of container shipping, the conflict will mainly postpone plans that shipping companies had to return to the Suez Canal trade route later this year, wrote Simon McAdam, the deputy chief global economist for Capital Economics, in a note on Wednesday. Also, uncertainty about whether the war will widen and disruptions linger comes as U.S. consumer goods companies are buying raw materials with an eye toward the Christmas shopping season. On top of the tariff landscape, which was upended again when Mr. Trump rushed to replace duties invalidated by the Supreme Court, the war is clouding importers' decision-making even further.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop it there. I actually have I actually have some tariff news. I don't know about you all, but I have this sense that the walls are closing in on Donald Trump. Um, and you'll see why. I think so in just a minute. So this is Heather Delaney, and she has an interesting perspective.
In the evening, the President of the United States gripped the handrails as he stepped off Marine One and onto the south lawn of the White House. His body slowly moved across the lawn, his legs stiff and wide, planting each step deliberately, like a man bracing against his own weight. He kept his head down, sucking in air between pursed lips. He looked bewildered and expressionless as he paused for the waiting press pool to capture photos. And as he approached them, they shouted questions about Iran, about the war, and most importantly, about the 3 American service members who were killed. A male reporter asked directly, "Mr. President, what's your message to the families of the fallen?" He didn't answer a single question, not even one as serious as that. He just kept walking, because he didn't even have a moment more to talk about our fallen heroes. He had shiny new statues to see. After brushing past the press, he made his way to the Rose Garden, where 2 new additions stood, large statues of Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson. The press tried again. "Mr. President, will you talk to us about Iran? What's your main objective?" they shouted. Instead of responding, the president pointed at the statues and invited the press pool to come take a look, calling them unbelievable. And just as he turned to walk away, one final question rang out. "Mr. President, what's your message to the families of the service members who were killed?" He didn't stop or even look back. He just continued wobbling off towards the West Wing. And it wasn't that he needed to make another formal statement. We did hear from him as he was leaving Florida. He said, "The nation sends its immense love and gratitude to the families of the fallen." But when he had the chance to face the press, to speak directly and publicly from the White House lawn, and to show those families that their grief was not just a soundbite, he walked away. He chose his statues over their suffering. It's a continued reminder that this president would rather marvel at statues than face the consequences of the lives his war has taken. And the greater questions deserve answers too. How long will this last? What is the actual strategy? How far is he planning to take this? The reporters shouting at him were doing their jobs. They were asking the questions the rest of us deserve to know. But he just turned his back, waved them off, and walked away. And that tells you everything about this president's understanding of war. Because in just 2 days since he started it, this is what it has already cost. The so-called Operation Epic Fury has already cost 3 American service members their lives as of the time I'm recording this. 5 more have been seriously wounded. Untold numbers of Iranian civilians have also been killed and wounded. In just 48 hours, the war has spread from Iran to the entire Gulf, to Israel, to Lebanon, and now to a British military base. Hezbollah has entered the fight. The Strait of Hormuz is disrupted. and a drone has struck NATO allied territory in Cyprus. And I want to be honest about something when we continue to talk about the cost of war, because two things continue to be true at the same time. The Iranian people have suffered under this regime for 47 years. They've been tortured, silenced, murdered in the streets for protesting, and denied basic freedoms and dignity that every human being deserves. Iranian Americans and Iranians still living under the government have every right to feel relief, even joy, that the supreme leader is gone. I hold that for them. Their pain is real and their hope matters. But holding that truth does not require us to ignore what's unfolding around it. Because so far, this looks like most things Trump does. Impulsive, chaotic, and executed without any real understanding of what comes after. I don't believe that a man with zero experience in war, who has never served, who has never sent his own child to serve, who spent the weekend at his resort instead of in the Situation Room, took into consideration the complete destabilization of a massive part of the world. All from his own actions. Or maybe he did and he just doesn't care. Either answer is terrifying. And while all of this unfolds, I keep thinking about those 3 American families. The knock on the door, the phone call. The moment everything stops. They were alive on Friday. They had plans and futures and people who loved them waiting at home. And now they're gone because a man who has never sacrificed anything started a war and never once asked Congress for permission. Few of us can understand that kind of pain. Certainly not a president who never served. The man who dodged the draft with bone spurs is now telling us to expect more casualties. He said it before a single American had been killed. That often happens in war, he said again after their deaths were confirmed. Sadly, there will likely be more before it ends, he continued. He is conditioning this country to shrug at the body count before the bodies are even cold. And it's easy to accept that when it's not your family. When you've never watched someone you love come home different. When you've never had to explain to a child while their parent isn't coming back. Every new country he targets means more families paying a price that he and his circle will never pay. We had military injuries in Venezuela. Iran is already costing lives right now. And he's already told us what's next. Because while we were trying to see a path out of our latest Middle East war, we need to start asking ourselves, when does Trump's violent campaign end? When does he stop invading, attacking, and threatening countries? And the answer isn't pretty, because he didn't have a plan to start or to stop. He is impulsive. He likes the rush. And he saw an opportunity with both.
That's one point. And I haven't watched this video, but I did. She wrote an essay. I subscribe to her Substack, and she's basically reading what she wrote in the Substack. But let me, I clicked on the link that you dropped, Mela. I tend to disagree that there is any long-term strategy. And the reason I think that is the story that I did a couple stories before, where Trump is trying to enlist the Kurds from Iraq and Iran into this fight. That's telling me right now, as I said earlier, that Trump is I believe personally, I have nothing to back me up, but I have a little bit, just a modicum of experience, and I kind of think strategically. This is an audible that Trump is calling, trying to get the Kurds into this. If it had been me, that would have been part of my overall strategy. Before I ever dropped a bomb, I would have had the Kurds like supplied and, coordinated for air support and all that sort of stuff. Here we are more than a week into this, and Trump is all of a sudden placing phone calls to people up in the damn hills, basically insurgents. Okay, it's not going the way Trump wants it to go. Trump probably expected the present regime to capitulate really quick, and they haven't done it. And that's why he's got to place phone calls at the last minute, into the hills, trying to get the Kurds on board. Um, Trump's administration is full of incompetence, including the president, and he's trying to figure out an end game. Trump is not good at this, and obviously, Hegseth isn't.
Venezuela and Iran that most leaders would never have taken, not because the regimes didn't deserve to fall, but because he knew he could get away with it precisely because they were evil. He figured he could test it out on both of them with little resistance. And for the most part, it worked, because most of us do want those regimes gone. We want the people living under them to have better lives. And that makes it incredibly hard to push back, even when you can see that his intentions were never about liberation. They were about testing how far he could go. He threw test balloons at 2 countries with brutal governments and waited to see if anyone would stop him. So far, nobody has. And with that comes a truth we have to sit with. What he did in both Venezuela and Iran was unconstitutional. He never asked Congress for authorization. He never presented a plan for what comes after. He got away with it because the targets were easy to justify. And now both countries face deeply destabilized and dangerous futures because of how he did it, not what he did. Venezuela still has...
Now, I tell you right now, calling the Kurds, that scares me because talk about insurgency, talk about something that could destabilize. You go and you get Kurdish rebels into this fight, dude. Yeah.
The same regime in place minus one man. Iran has a shattered chain of command and 90 million people who were told to figure it out. There is no framework for stability or reconstruction. There is no plan, and there never was. And when he gets bored with Iran, and he will, he'll move on to Cuba. He's already told us. That's another government that's hard to defend. Another regime most of the world agrees shouldn't be there. And once he gets away with that, though, he's already setting the stage for Greenland, an allied territory, a constitutional part of Denmark.
Well, let me tell you, and I meant to bring this up a couple minutes ago, Congress, starting with the Senate, basically voting to not curb this. You will, I think that the Senate Republicans are just not doing their job. And I pray that the Senate gets taken over too. And the problem is I don't think the Democrats that we have in place now, the Chuck Schumers of the world, they're very clubby. This MAGA needs to be swept out and tossed into the dustbin of history. America is going down the wrong road with this MAGA populist bullshit. And, it's basically, I've been calling them oligarchs, and really they're plutocrats. Okay, you've basically, what is happening right now is the billionaire class is running this country, and the people, the populist MAGA, put these people in power, and now they don't have balls enough to go, well, fuck, we messed this up. You got a bunch of plutocrats starting wars.
Each target gets a little harder to justify. Each one pushes the line a little further, and nobody is pulling him back. The Iranian people deserve a president who took that responsibility serious enough to be in the Situation Room when the bombs started falling. Instead, he was in Florida. He spent the entire weekend at Mar-a-Lago, managing a war in a makeshift command center with makeshift curtains thrown up and a camera pointed at his face. This is not a man taking war seriously. This is a man performing. And the people advising him are not the people who should be making decisions of this magnitude.
Yeah. These guys were basically striking a pose. All this is down in Mar-a-Lago. This is just, these guys are trying to mimic Obama in the Situation Room. This is literally from a private club in Florida. This is just so sad. And the people who elected this clown, the MAGA blacks. Oh, dude, I had Black Bear. Some of you were here yesterday. I had Black Bear I think he was crying in the chat because I was going in on Trump. How dare you? How dare you insult the president? I'm like, fuck Trump. This dude was getting in his feelings. And I know he was serious because he's done it before. He gets pissed off when you talk trash about his boy or his daddy.
These are not seasoned diplomats, experienced military strategists, or foreign policy experts who have spent decades studying the region. His Secretary of Defense, or War as they call it,
Oh my
is
God.
Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News host. His national security team is stacked with loyalists
These
chosen
guys.
for their obedience, not their enterprise, not their experience. And we are seeing the consequence of all of their incompetence. Our allies, if we can still call them that, are being dragged into a war they never asked for, were never consulted about, and never wanted. The UK is now a target because it allowed US forces to use its bases. The entire Gulf Cooperation Council is scrambling. NATO is exposed. The Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of the world's oil passes, is disrupted. Trump continues to take his cues from Israel, not from Congress, and not from anyone with a plan for the day after. Netanyahu called this Operation Roaring Lion and explicitly called for regime change. Trump eerily echoed him. They are operating in lockstep, and Congress was never consulted. And the press, the only people in a position to demand answers on our behalf, were told to go look at statues. And beyond missiles dropping, countries that are not in the direct path of this war are also noticing. They're planning their own defenses and opening us all up to potential escalating danger, especially Cuba. Because just hours before the first bombs fell on Iran, standing outside the White House on Friday afternoon, Trump said, "The Cuban government is talking with us. They have no money, they have no anything right now, but they're talking to us. And maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba." And then he repeated it. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba. And he confirmed that Marco Rubio is leading those discussions at a very high level. He hadn't even started one war yet, and he was already teeing up the next one. And the Rubio piece is the key to understanding why Cuba is next. Marco Rubio built his entire political career on the story of being the son of...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Marco Rubio has a Cuban background. This is just awesome. What's up, Mela? You there? You're on mute if you're talking.
Can you hear me?
I don't. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, my connection is probably not as ideal at the moment. I'd like to come back when I'm clearer. I just want to stop by and shoot a fat with you about your thoughts. And I think I respect your channel too much to have a choppy microphone. So I'll come back when the coast is clear. I look forward to it. Thank you, Stanley. Thank you.
Bye. I don't know. I don't agree with our buddy, and I can't remember the Professor Zhang. Is that his name? I don't agree with the World War III scenario. I think that the world does not have an appetite, at this point to, go into a world war scenario. So in Cuba, why do we want to take over Cuba? I I don't get why we would. That dude talking to Ross Douthat saying that Trump has no appetite for empire. Oh boy, that just got to a point to where I can't take any more of that bullshit. What's up, Nigo?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm sitting here in pure somewhere between amazed, amused, and horrified.
All right. All right. As far as World War III is concerned, because that means you're going to have to involve China directly. You're going to have to engage Russia directly as well, with us. And you're going to have the whole European theater, I would say, getting involved. I don't see all that happening. But what I do see happening is certainly us having to get out of there after a certain period of time. And I do believe that, that Israel is actually on the bubble. So they might actually come out of this where they may in a protracted conflict get destroyed. And then they'll have to, either, look up and either talk about using nuclear armament or, or them falling back. And then, we're looking at Israel in a whole different configuration. So I think this is disastrous as to what's going on here. As far as the mentation that you have in the White House and the ability to really deal with this war competently, you don't have it's not there. It's definitely not in there. And the smartest people who are supposed to be in the room are not in the room, or they certainly will not be listened to. I've been watching this pretty closely. I know, you are a military guy, and, I've certainly studied war and, the art of war so much that I've really looked at, and I'm looking at this strictly as a literally Sun Tzu go strategy. And this is something that, General Giap and them threw at us all day long in Vietnam, and we got on out of there. So I think, and when you look at Professor Zhang and you listen to him, he's prognosticating. His prognostications have been very good because he certainly understands history and has looked at things very closely. So he's everything he's predicted, the coming of Trump, the Iran, the Iran war. This is something that we've been actually looking at doing for many years. But we kind of backed out of it. Clinton kind of eased back. Certainly, Obama looked at this and decided, let's start, some level of negotiations with them, and let's scale things down, and let's ease back some of the sanctions and so forth, and get a better ongoing relationship with them, of which we started. But when Trump came in, he got rid of all that, and here we are right now. So
well, the thing is it is specifically because of Trump that this is happening. Okay, this isn't. I don't buy the idea that history, the last 30 years have led up to this particular conflict. It's all Trump's ego. That's why I don't buy. I don't think Trump could be predicted. I think he's unpredictable enough that he's like a detour in history. Inevitable, and Trump. The only thing that's inevitable is Trump just acting on impulse.
Well, I'm going to say this from the standpoint of the neocons, from the neocon group, that really kind of came in here and really wanted to push more of an attack on Iran. And this is since the 1979, a hostage taking situation. What precipitated that was how we deposed President Mossadegh, his presidency in 1953, done certainly by John Force Dulles and the CIA and all that basically destabilized, that government there, and then, caused the coup and then brought on, Reza Pahlavi, the Pahlavi family who came in there and became the Shah, and then came in with a very rapacious, authoritarian, police state government, which was overthrown. But a lot of people have to understand, I think the history that was there. Most of that, when he was president, he was democratically elected. So this wasn't even about democracy. This was about us controlling the nation because of our lack of control of the oil. Because once we had a lot of oil in there, we found the oil, the British Petroleum, and so forth. And America, we were in there with Standard and so forth, and we started taking all that oil out, and then the Iranians were like, look, we want more than what you're giving us. But you're giving us 16%. You guys are going to take the 84-85% of this. What are you talking about? We need to have a 50-50 deal. We're going to nationalize these companies. And we're going to get our rightful deal out of there. And he was deposed and gotten rid of. And then that's when we got the Shah. And then when the Shah was deposed and was knocked out of the box with Ayatollah Khomeini, then boom, here we've been at loggerheads with these guys ever since. So, and like I said, Iran has been looking at, this war coming at them for the last 20 years. They understood that this was going to happen. And we have a lot of information out here to show that. But anyway, here we are. Trump decided to go in there and do this, where we were kind of pulling back as we realized the size of this country, its terrain and everything else like that. This would be a very difficult kind of deal to get done. But Trump is going here headlong and does not.
I don't.
With no plan.
I never, will be presumptuous to make like bold pronouncements, because the president has access to infinitely more information than I do. Everything I know, I kind of glean from the news. But here's the deal. I heard it from a couple news sources, credible news sources, that the Ayatollah had prostate cancer.
Yeah, he did. He was 86. He was 86 years old.
Yeah, so I mean, he's 86 with prostate cancer, and I do know that usually, unless it's an aggressive form, that usually, you will die of natural causes before the cancer gets you.
Well, most men at 80 years of age have a cancerous or precancerous growth in their testicles.
Right.
I'm not switching their testicles, just being their prostate at that time.
But here's where I'm going with this.
Strange. That's nothing strange. Go ahead.
Here's where I'm going with this. If that first strike went in and set the nuclear program back by, Trump said it was like it was totally destroyed. Well, this particular attack to me basically negates that lie. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, now all of a sudden, hey, if we don't go in now, they'll have a nuke in a couple months or something.
They've been saying that for the last 10 years.
But I'm saying the smarter thing would have been to just let the Ayatollah die. And I understand that, the regime is killing tens of thousands of people, but we're killing people over there now too.
Well, they have.
I would rather their government do it than our government do it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's for them to handle. It's their problem. It's their issue.
But here's the other problem. So here's the deal. So they had leadership identified, but they killed them. It was like a second tier of leadership identified, but they just killed them with the
Stanley.
Ayatollah.
Stanley, how do we know that they've killed everyone that was supposed to be a part of this?
I'm just going by the news.
And I'm not trusting a lot of what I'm hearing. I trust some.
Well, I trust the news more than I trust Trump. I'll put it that way.
And Trump, I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything that he says. But That's not because ultimately, at the end of the day, the mullahs, you have a whole series of mullahs who run that country, and
Oh yeah.
and who are in league with the upper business class of of Iran. So you still have a tacit leadership that's there.
Oh,
That's going
I have no, I have
the,
no doubt that
the,
there are people. They talked
the,
to the news report.
yeah.
Uh, talked about today. There's an opposition leader that they've talked to. All I'm saying is all these people, the Kurds and the opposition leaders, they should have talked to these people way before they ever dropped a bomb.
There was, first of all, you talk about there was no plan. In
Oh, I
fact,
know.
in fact, when I listened to when I was listening to this Rubio, who just he was almost like a deer in the headlights the other day when they were asking him what this was about, and he sat back and said, "Hey, Israel moved. That we had to move after them." What he was saying was Israel jumped the gun. We didn't have a chance to really even get this thing going, but Israel did it, and we had to back them up. So that's why you saw that. You see, looking at soldiers, you saw that
Right.
Marine who was at that Senate hearing, got his
Mhm.
arm broken. He came
Oh,
in there.
yeah,
He
yeah,
came in.
yeah.
He came in there in his dress green. He came in there dressed military. He came in there in his dress uniform and said, "Hey, we're not fighting for. We're not fighting this war for Israel."
Yeah,
They tried to
I
pull him out.
saw that clip.
Broke his
I
arm.
was
Broke his arm.
I think it was a debacle. What I want to see is what happens
You know.
to what's his name? Is it Sheehy or Sheehan?
Go ahead.
Apparently this former Marine who's a senator got up and scuffled with the guy. I'm like, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just total madness because you're seeing that you can see that there's going to be issues in the ranks. This is not going to be a totally how would I say in the military ranks everyone's going to be in lockstep with this. So that's you're going to have some issues in the ranks. And when I say in the ranks, you're going to be dealing with people who are at the command level at certain points that we may have some issues with. And
Oh well,
I
we've already. I
I
mean,
think
dude, that 4-star
yeah.
retiring rather than go through with all these extra judicial boat killings. There. Look.
Brother, he stepped down, yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't know he was a Morehouse graduate.
He's
Man,
Morehouse graduate. Yeah, and he was
a 4-star who wasn't an academy graduate.
yeah.
Dude must have been a beast.
Oh no, he was just to get there, and people, he was looked in the military brass as somebody who was very sharp and came up through the ranks big time. Yeah, you got a lot of very sharp brothers who were in the military. Some of your
Oh,
sharpest,
absolutely, dude. I was
you're
there.
there. You're
I
there.
was in
So
the Navy. I met a lot of them.
So yeah, you certainly are there. My roommate from college, he was
Hmm.
a colonel. He's a colonel in the Air Force. My other fraternity brother, he certainly was he was a lieutenant colonel in the Army.
Right.
Working for direct. So most of my close friends, who I went to school with and who I graduated with and who are in my fraternity as well, are certainly big in the military. I would say a quarter of us, literally of that rank, are military people. So you're having these conversations. You know what's going on. People are not very happy as to what's happening here. We know what is going on here. We know how this thing is probably going to end because Iran is looking to do is to suck us into a battle of attrition so we can sit there and just and fight a asymmetrical conflict that is going to impact the region as opposed to of just Iran itself, of which they're getting people into. So we're having a lot of problems, and Israel cannot beat Iran itself. So
Okay. Well, somebody, and this is almost like a similar to a metaphysical or an ontological uh, argument that I heard over the weekend. Dude, Israel has been a country and a quote culture for about 75 years.
yeah,
Persian culture is millennia old. Okay,
4,000
they have a
4,000 years
culture
old.
that you're not going to be able to wipe out with mere bombs. It's a warrior culture. These dudes, their culture is like warrior poets.
Well, it's not even so much
philosopher kings.
It's not even so much that they're so much of war. They are an established ancient culture that goes back that goes back damn near to the times of the pyramids, and goes back to certainly that time.
What I'm saying is, you're not going to be able to bomb them into extinction.
It's not going to happen. You're dealing with old Persia, the Persians. They don't consider themselves Arabs or anything.
Dude, and the thing is the Persia part extends across the borders into India.
It certainly does. If you look at the old Persian Empire, and it crosses across almost all over Eurasia, straight up into straight across damn near down to Africa, and literally going really across, the steppes of Europe and so forth. I mean, look, I'm not gonna. I don't want to get all into that. We're looking at right now what Iran is. They're old Persians, and they're an ancient culture, and they're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. They're not going anywhere. So, I mean, if we're trying to erase them and knock them out, here you are looking at, a newly formed country, if you will, Iran.
Exactly.
Who wants to be the hegemonic, power in the Middle East. What they're doing currently right now is something that I believe is going to put them even more at risk of long-term survival.
I agree with you on that.
Than they are for the long term. So you can't go into war, haphazardly or not with a very good plan. Now, anybody who reads Sun Tzu, The Art of War, if anybody has read that, and I've read that book many times, I don't know how many times you've read the book, but
I haven't read it in probably 40 years.
Well, one thing it says, every battle is won or lost before it is ever fought. All right, and ultimately, you're gonna have.
By the way,
you're gonna have to deal with the mathematics of this.
It's China. That Asian culture is millennia old too.
Well, we're talking
it's
4,000 years.
What is Israel doing? I mean,
like
it's not. I just don't. I just don't think. I don't think Iran was the threat. And again, I don't know. I'm not privy to the information they have, but I just, supposedly that strike last year with the bunker busters and all that stuff, supposedly, that was supposed to be the end of it. And here we are less than a year later, talking about a nuclear threat again. And what I don't get is why these Republicans in Congress, for instance, still trust this guy.
Because right now they have no balls. They're afraid of MAGA. They understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. They're afraid of MAGA. And if Trump says, excommunicate this guy, his MAGA drones, what they are, that's what they are. We'll do that. So he's got tacit, control over that, and they fear that, and the only time.
Well, you know what, and they should. Paxton taking Cornyn to runoff, dude.
Yeah, well,
I guess these MAGA politicians are right to fear.
We all knew that was going to happen. We knew that was going to come to a runoff there. We all knew that, and it did, because you have to have 51% plus 50% plus one or whatever, and he certainly wasn't close to that. I think he had 43 and 44, and Corn had 44, and What's-His-Name had 42 or whatever. But anyway, it wasn't close to that. So Paxton certainly, he's in there. You're not the deal of it is you have to beat MAGA. You're not going to the MAGA's not going to fall off and stop supporting Trump. That's not going to happen. So so MAGA's there. But if people think that there is some kind of crack in MAGA and things are going to start to maybe go down at a certain level, then people might feel comfortable in breaking away. But most people are in there on the MAGA backside. So So they
Well, I think
can't go against him right now.
I
That's what the
think
Republican Party is.
the one thing that I am kind of happy about is the incompetence. They can't win because of the incompetence.
No,
And
they can't.
a couple days ago, Jason Stanley, you know who he is, right?
Yes, go ahead.
So, he gave an interview with the New Republic, and I really meant to show it, and I haven't gotten around to it. But one of the things that he brought up was one of the signs that, these fascist type governments will have is the incompetency, because they prefer loyalty over,
Of course,
expertise.
it's
And
it's
the Trump administration, dude, they got rid of Christy Noem today.
yeah,
They
yeah.
didn't even let the woman know. She
They
was
lit
giving a speech in Tennessee like she was
they
still Secretary of
they
Homeland Security.
they lit her ass up like a Roman candle. But the bottom
Oh,
line, and listen, people knew that was coming for a while. Okay, folks understood that this was coming for a while. In fact, this whole thing that went on with this mess that happened up in Minnesota and all of that, all of that craziness that went on, and it just, she was on the chopping block. She was on the chopping block. So when that happened today, I laughed because I expected that to happen. But no, he had sycophants there, and that's all he has. And people who are yes men, and how are you going to get good decisions out of that? When I say Sun Tzu, The Art of War, I'm going to give you a little quick thing that came out of the book there. If you ever get a chance to read it, you're really going to like this.
Oh, I've read it like back in college.
Okay, this was King Lu, who had who was the leader of Chu. He was the leader of Chu at the time. This is during the Warring States period of China. We're going back now about 2500 BC. But anyway, he was leader of Chu, and he had a meeting with all of his counselors. And he said, I came out of that meeting, and not one of my counselors could actually best my opinion. Now, my opinions and my views were the best in the room. And you know what? The state of Chu is in trouble. He understood that if he was the smartest guy in the room, that this shit was a problem, and that we need a lot smarter people. Now, anybody who's really a serious warrior, who's involved in this, will be deeply ensconced in this book. Will understand at least what's going on there, and that's the issue that you have here with people like the Trump regime. They have yes men and flatterers, but they don't have real thinkers. So they're not going to be able, Stanley, they're not going to be able to make competent decisions. They're not going to be able to do it because they're not going to have the intelligence in there to do that. And by the time they start to get the halfway intelligent people who they need to get into the room, it's going to be too late. So there's not going to be a lot to be able to do.
Have you heard about their Justice Department? Like Justice Department used to be like, hey, you know what? We've got all these really smart young lawyers who are basically actually making a sacrifice, because a lot of them could be making, 3 times the salary
in law
in the
firms.
private sector.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, all those people said, you know what? I'm going to make more money in the private sector. Justice can't recruit good lawyers. Nobody wants to work for them.
And because a lot of people are sitting there saying, I believe in the law, and this guy's here trying to skirt around it. That's
Exactly.
That's one of the big issues that you do have. That the rule of law in this country is really at risk. The rule of law itself. And you've got a Supreme Court. This is supposed to be your Supreme Court, and you've got at least 6 justices up there who are sitting there saying, we have a different view on the rule of law.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. I've been reading a lot of people. I've got like 2 or 3 or 4 different organizations that kind of prognosticate the court. I don't think the 6 there are people in more than one analyst who basically say the Supreme Court is 3-3-3 three liberals. You got basically three in the center, and then you've got Thomas Alito and well, they say Gorsuch. So Gorsuch and Kavanaugh kind of go back and forth. I guess they're kind of like the free radicals, but I don't think that six is going to be as tight. Well, definitely not as tight as Trump thought they were going to be. And that kind of segues into this story here.
They made some crazy.
U.S. Trade Court orders tariff refunds in setback for Trump administration. Now, here's my prediction, and I could be very wrong. The Supreme Court didn't talk about refunds at all. They were silent on it. I guarantee what's going to happen is the Trump administration is going to appeal this to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court won't touch it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you because see, this is another thing that that sticks in the craw of the administration. When we say the administration, we're talking about Trump in particular. So absolutely, I would agree. I would agree with that, and turn some of this around. But some of these decisions that they're making are terrible. Now I understand the tariff piece, and I mean we kind of knew, people predicted that was pretty much going to happen because that's a bigger business piece as well. I know that he really wants to take over, and Trump really wants to take over the Fed himself to handle interest rates and so forth. He wants to take it over. He wants to control the Fed. So there's some big issues on that point. But then I've looked at where is he coming from with decisions like, well, you can, what else? You can legally discriminate against on the immigration piece. You can legally discriminate against Latinos. See, I mean, just some of this is just some of the stuff that's coming out of the Supreme Court.
I suspect this Lisa Cook decision that's going to come up.
Mm-hmm.
The prediction is that the court is going to side with Lisa Cook because even to this day, Trump has not. Adam Schiff, James Comey, Letitia James, who else? Probably a couple other names that would take me a minute to come up with. They are 0 for like 5 in getting people like Letitia James even indicted.
They didn't have a case.
I think Lisa Cook, because the Trump administration has zilch. I think what happens is if Lisa Cook wins the decision, Trump taking over the Fed is not going to happen.
I mean, I would agree. I just mentioned that he wanted to take over that's what he wanted. And I was listening to Anthony Scaramucci, this guy that was a part of his administration.
I know who he is.
The first time around, Scaramucci, he was like, yeah, he's going to take the Fed over. He's going to take it. That's going to be
I don't think so.
And I was skeptical of that myself. But you just
the Fed is the one agency that number one, it's almost airtight that they're independent.
Well,
and,
they say
why they're independent is so obvious. But here's the other thing. Okay, it literally goes against the fundamentals of conservative economic policy.
That doesn't mean the point you make. Hold on.
Yeah.
The point you make is excellent. That is absolutely correct. But the bottom line, what you said right there is right on the money. But the problem is you're not functioning in what was called or what we would look at today as a classical conservative Republican.
Well, right, I understand that.
Or court. That doesn't exist. And most people do not
understand that. But what the Supreme Court, what this decision, and I think they're going to hold firm on the birthright citizenship. I'm pretty sure nothing is 100% predictable. But I think there are some hard stops that even Trump isn't going to be able to cross, because you start messing with the Constitution and tariffs and birthright. Those are you can't be an originalist and misinterpret the plain language.
Well,
I think the Fed, and I've never actually gone in and looked at the actual laws or statutes that establish the Fed, but from what I understand, that is the one federal agency that is just it's airtight. It was
well,
very, very, they were very distinct about the independence.
and
I think they're hard stops even for Trump.
I'm going to say this. I would love to agree with you on that, because I would, if you asked me this 2 years ago, I would have said hands down, no doubt. But now I'm not entirely sure, to be quite frank with you, as to what these people will actually yield to, because some of the stuff that I've seen them yield to already is unreal. But
I mean, if you mess with the Fed, you're messing with people's money.
Well,
these billionaires are not going to let even Trump mess with their money.
If he gets in there and he says, "Hey, I'm doing this. I'm going to roll monetary policy," because what he wants to do is make sure he can control interest rates, so these guys can, actualize more of their money, because he's right in there with them. He's making a lot of money with these guys right now. The Trump family.
Yeah, but the thing is he's making money. He's making money. He's not making money from like good financial investment. Shit,
no, he's not. No,
he's got emoluments.
He's got emoluments, and he's made a lot of money on his bitcoins and all of this crap. So I mean, he's trying to make billions of dollars. He's trying to make, he said he wants to get out of here with at least 12 billion bucks. That's a lot of bread, man. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money this guy's talking about taking down.
Well, I can tell you, I can tell you right now, these companies like Costco start fucking with their money. And Costco is one of the companies that wants their tariff money back.
Yeah,
they're asking for a refund.
And you have all these companies that have been suing for it. So yeah, they that's hurting them. That's hurting.
Oh, and that's not all. States sue to stop Trump from reviving steep tariffs.
Wow.
What is it? Half a dozen? No shit, like half the states, 24 states seek to invalidate president's new 10% global tax on imports. I personally think, and this is just, again, it's just me. I think people have had enough of Trump. Even the plutocrats.
The plutocrats may be having their issues, but the name of the game is, as long as their money keeps, at the end of the day, as long as their money keeps flowing. If the money game gets screwed up, because that's what they're there for. When he got elected this time around, and he was out there, in the White House, and he had his team behind him. He had big tech and everybody standing behind him. So this was all about this is all about big money for them. But if there's some big issues that come up financially for them, they're going to oust them. That's really how I look at it. And this war here potentially can cause some fairly serious economic issues, certainly more in the long run than the immediate short run, but certainly more in the long run. We may be seeing some very big issues as far as that's concerned, from a standpoint of energy, transportation, and so forth. This is going to be a big problem, and we already know, Amazon and these companies.
Well,
have been already in Saudi Arabia and all that. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, oil's already going up. I forget what the number is.
Yeah.
So you've got these states that are suing, trying to, hey, you know what? We've had enough of it. And then the other thing that's going to wind up coming back to bite him, what this particular issue where the state is left holding the bag, Florida's left holding the bag for alligator Alcatraz. Well, Fort
Yes.
Bliss has a detention camp on the base where like 3 people died in custody. So ICE is in the process of shutting that particular camp down. And I'm not sure exactly why, but these alligator Alcatraz, Florida taxpayers, $1.2 million per day, and the federal government isn't reimbursing them as promised. So this was somebody on YouTube, and it's a post that I just copied because it was so, I hadn't even thought about, these abandoned camps like Alligator Alcatraz, where the states are basically left holding the bag.
Well, I mean, the states are really. I mean, the states are upset, especially, and there's no doubt about that. You've got a coalition of Democratic states, of U.S. states led by pretty much Democratic attorney generals. Really, I think they filed a lawsuit. I think they filed a lawsuit. If I'm not,
Yeah, they did. Let
they
me have a look at which states. I'm curious
was it
because
yesterday?
I know it can't be all Democratic states.
Well, no, it's not Democratic states, but I think it's Democratic attorneys generals. That's what I think it is. And I think it's and they're blocking with the new 10 to 15% global tariffs, and it's filed in a U.S. U.S. Court of International Trade. And I'm trying to figure out, and this is supposedly like these tariffs are illegal misuse of the Trade Act of 1974. So I mean, you're really looking at some. I don't know what states they are. I would have to take a look and see what states. I'm not sure what states these guys came from, but I think it's no,
one
York.
of them's Oregon, but that's obviously Democratic. I'm looking now.
I got it. New York, Arizona, California, and Oregon, including Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada.
So far, all Democratic.
Pretty much. So when they say some others. So I don't know if you have some other states in here that.
Well, all the ones you named are Democratic.
For sure. So that's what's coming up. And I think they may start. This may start more of a groundswell. So
well, that's what I'm thinking because 24. That's half.
24 states. That's half, including Maryland, Maryland as well. So so the global tax. So they're starting to. They're starting to, kind of knuckle up against this joker. And like I said, I don't see this war doing anything good that is going to, because as we expend more and take a lot more out, there's going to be a lot more need for dollars. And, these states are suing, and it's going to really slow down this effort in a lot of ways because this thing, we don't have endless money for this. We don't have the money for this endlessly. And that's what Iran is counting on. And they're correct. So that's just it. I just stopped over here just because I saw you were kind of getting into some Butter stuff. I don't like getting into some of this other crap that you guys talk about online. But this is pretty.
Yeah, it's not a good day for Trump. And then the other thing that happened today is they were supposed to vote on this ballroom thing. And they've delayed the vote because they got a groundswell of people basically saying, I did not vote for this.
and you're in the middle of a war and you talk on a ballroom.
Yeah, exactly. You got soldiers dying and planes being shot down by friendly fire, and you're worried about a ballroom.
And I have some questions about whether that was friendly fire as well, but I'm not going to get into the whole debate there.
Hold on. I read a report yesterday. It was a Kuwaiti F-18.
Yeah. I have this. See, we're not getting all of the kind of news that I would like to get. I've been trying to roll up with Al Jazeera, see if they would give anything better. But
it happened over Kuwait. Unless somebody, some insurgent, because they did. There was in Dubai, I read a report day before yesterday where there were like a couple sleeper cells or something in Dubai.
Yeah.
They caught. They were there like citing like uh like military installations and stuff like that, relaying the information back to Iran. So yeah, it sounds fishy, but the thing is that first it was friendly fire, and I kind of assumed it was like air defense. And then when I heard that what 3 missiles fired by a Kuwaiti pilot took out 3 F-15s. Now that to me is a little fishy.
Yeah,
You
I
shoot
think
3 missiles and you take out 3 F-15s.
I
That does sound fishy.
believe they were shot down, but we're not going to get the full information on that as of right now. But I believe that that Iran was able to knock them out the skies, and they would be using
With what
some of
though?
their drones, the drone attacks.
Well,
They
drones don't go
drones.
as fast as F-15s. You could outrun a drone.
You don't necessarily have to outrun a drone if a drone is firing a missile that can move. That can
Well,
move at a
yeah,
certain
that's
rate.
true. But
You,
goddamn, dude,
you know,
targeting an F-15 from a drone?
I believe that they have this technology
That's
now.
scary.
Now, I believe that they have this, and they have a lot of drones, and I don't believe that, and I do not believe that they have released all of what they have had so far, and I know that China has helped to supply them certainly during this
Right. Yep.
that cooling off period from the first time that they had with Israel to now. So they've stacked up, and they're somewhat prepared for this. Unfortunately, this war is not going to go the way we want as time goes on. It's not going to go that way, and I just want people to understand, that things might get real dicey. I was listening to General Honore yesterday, and he was like, "Declare victory right now, get a ceasefire going, and let's look to kind of begin to move forward on this because."
Well, I think I don't know. I mean, I don't think Trump can do a ceasefire because I mean, how is he going to save face?
I think he was trying to, and I think Iran said, "Nah,
Iran's like, nope.
we're gonna hang it. We're gonna hang with this for a while." And what their real and what their real objective is Israel. That's their bogey.
Let's see here. So, that's pretty much all the news articles. I over like the past, I don't know, week or so have been doing a lot of Francis Fukuyama videos. I guess I'm kind of just preparing for future arguments. Um, well, I started reading Patrick Deneen, this post-liberal BS.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, these guys are crazy. They're just making up shit.
I'm not that's why I say I'm listening to Professor Zhang. I'm listening to some real hardcore military minds on this. I am not wasting time listening to a lot of these straight suckers up in here who have a vested interest in putting a certain spin because they're getting paid to do so. I'm not really,
I've listened to Zhang quite a bit over the past because a friend of mine, a friend of the show actually, put me on to him. I think it was around last spring. There's a lot of propaganda. He definitely has a point of view. And
no, I'm just looking at Zhang, literally looking at this war. He's been talking about this for a while. I'm not going to some of his other stuff. I'm just looking at how he has looked at the baseline and the mathematics of this war. Okay.
Yeah, all that game theory stuff.
I'm just looking at the mathematics of it. It's just like, I was online last week or whatever with some guys about the Civil War, and we were talking about that, and we would look at the mathematics of the Civil War, why that war was over before it ever began, and we're looking at this very much the same way. He's talking game
Well,
strategy.
reading the Cotton, and I'm still only about a quarter of the way through because I've been taking notes.
That's a
You know
massive.
what actually dawned on me? Dude, we're lucky that Britain didn't side with the South.
Well,
I guess I'll get to the point to where I find out why they didn't.
Well, the key. Okay, I won't give it away. I won't give it away. But always remember, in 1832, 1833, Britain got rid of slavery. They got They got out of the slave trade. There was a reason for that, and I'm not going to get it. I'll let you get into that deeply. But they got out of that as the South tried to bring England in under the rules and the guise of this tax issue, as England looked at and understood how the war was trying to expand to the West, and that's what the South was trying to pull. They got out of there. One thing that you have to understand when he gets into that book a little bit more, and I'll just give you this: you had many workers in England, farm workers, factory people who were working, who were on the side of the abolitionist movement. Workers. This was a global workers union together. You don't talk about that so much here in history in the United States when you start to bring that over and talk about what happened with England and so forth, and why France and them stayed out of it as well. But that was a very big part of it. He gets into that. But you have to, the book you're reading, like I said, it's a master work. It's really a master work. I mean, Sven Beckert, he did, he really did. One of the best books I've read in the latter part of this century. But anyway,
it's tied a lot of loose ends up for me.
It is once you finish the book, so one day we can sit down and on your show and really get into a deep kind of depth intellectual breakdown on what this thing was really all about and what we're fighting about today, because it hasn't changed that much, whether you truly understand that or not. But Sven Beckert also made a very strong pitch for why reparations is such a viable subject as well. So we'll get into that later. But anyway, I just want to say, listen, Stanley, thanks for inviting me up.
Yeah, it was good talking to you as always.
Certainly, thanks for letting me come up. Good stuff, my good brother, and we'll have a chance. We'll certainly have a chance to talk more. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later.
You got it.
Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button, and if you are new, please subscribe to the channel. You occasionally I get a smart person up, and we can just chop it up, on kind of a next level, which I just immensely enjoy. I can sit down and talk about, the empire of cotton for like several hours. It's such a dense topic, and that history rhyme stuff. It is real. Where I'm going to go next, I've got a couple Francis Fukuyama things, and he's been my intellectual crush over the past week and a half. But I ran across this particular essay. And you know what? Let me shrink this down a little bit so it's more screen friendly. MAGA misunderstands the family. And I think we all kind of, have an inkling of things like this. But apparently the Heritage Foundation has been doing, what think tanks do. And I am probably just going to employ the reader and then stop it at a couple points because there's some things in here that I want to expand on. But the upshot of this is that, in my opinion, what a lot of these, things like the think tanks like Heritage and AEI and even the Brookings Institution, which is more centrist or center left, they will tell you what led up to the statistical issues. They will tell you what broke up the family, but they don't tell you, well, now that everything is broken, how do we cope and possibly work towards a solution? Because there is going to be no quick solution, if there's a solution at all. Sometimes, once it's broke, something is broke, you just have to manage the pieces. You can't go, to, kind of talk, quote Thomas Wolfe, you can't go home again. I don't think these right wing think tanks, and definitely not some of these panels, they keep saying, well, we're solution based. No, they're not. And I'm not going to get too deep into it. And I may actually, I was in Sharon Bracey's chat today. I ran into Dawn over there, and dude, I was just stunned at, like, man, I was stunned in a bad way. How bad some of these points were. And I was actually, it was so upsetting, in quotes, that I was actually going to review it today. But, I had other things that I wanted to talk about. So I may actually come back and review it on Saturday over a few beers and, might as well make a Saturday out of reviewing the foolishness. It stuns me. In my opinion, the first step in your solution is actually learn how to think critically. When I say think critically, I literally mean, like, read books and understand what you read. I kept hearing people talk about critical thinking while not critically thinking. Why do people who don't understand what critical thinking is talk about critical thinking? So that was kind of my take. And I'm a little snooty about it, but I know what Black people are capable of, because I'm one of those capable Black people, and I come from a family of capable Black people. And over the course of my soon to be 61 years, I've known a lot of capable Black people in my life who weren't even relatives, just people I've worked with, people I've served in the Navy with, extremely competent Black people. So I'm not expecting too much. And I just see so much just, like, foolishness. People who are supposedly serious people who are looking for solutions and handing out advice. I'm like, dude, it is so hard for me to take y'all seriously. But anyway, let's go ahead and crank this up. MAGA misunderstands the family. And there are some stops I'll be making to comment.
MAGA misunderstands the family. What a new report gets right and wrong about America's crisis of family life. By Jeffrey Tyler Sick. In recent years, national conservatives have grown increasingly fixated on the American family. They view themselves as participants in an ongoing war over the role of family and family life in the modern world. As J.D. Vance recently put it, I'm going to take aim at the left, specifically the childless left. Because I think the rejection of the American family is perhaps the most pernicious and most evil thing that the left has done in this country. For social conservatives, the Western family has fallen prey to the monstrosities of leftist ideology. They argue that a combination of welfare, the sexual revolution, and no-fault divorce has led the family to the brink of collapse, and with it, Western civilization. This view is echoed in a recent report by the Heritage Foundation, a MAGA think tank, which seeks to diagnose and remedy the problems that plague the family. The report declares, "Today, fewer than 50% of Americans believe that society is better off when people prioritize marriage. These new norms mean that many children today will have no concept of the traditional family name, family home, or family vacation, because their definition of family doesn't include marriage and often either fathers or siblings."
So let's stop there. That is the result of, whatever you want to blame, everything from feminism to, welfare to what have you. Here's the deal. Okay. Black America tends to be the canary in the coal mine, but this crisis extends across racial lines. And I think a lot of times you'll go to some of these channels and they of course they want to concentrate on what's going on in the Black community. But I've alluded to this before. Um, I think things like crime, the breakup of of the nuclear family, I think when you concentrate, be you Black or white, when you concentrate on one demographic, you're basically racializing a problem. And history will tell you, American history will tell you, if any problem is looked at as just a Black problem, the resources, be they human resources, monetary, political, what have you, it doesn't get fixed. Okay. That's why I'm saying things like crime in the family, we racialize it. And at the tip of the spear doing the racializing are often the quote B1s or pro-Black or whatever you want to call yourself. And I don't think you're going to get a solution if you treat something like single family or single parent homes as a particular Black problem. I just don't think that's the way you solve a problem. If it's a problem for everyone, then you need to come up. You can tailor your solutions, based on economics or history or what have you. But we don't solve Black problems in the United States. We never really have. And, that's just my take on it. Oops.
The report's authors go on to offer a wide-ranging, broadly nationalist agenda to address what it sees as the total collapse of modern society's moral fabric. They argue that the only real solution to America's family crisis is a renewed commitment to marriage, which they understand as the stable commitment of one man and one woman. The report proposes the
See, that is literally a cop-out to religion. Okay. Committing to marriage does not fix the current problem. That is a future solution. How do you deal with the problem in 2026? Commitment to marriage is not going to fix what's happening today. And quite frankly, if the people, the young people who don't see, the traditional, marriage as a thing, or, they don't prioritize it, committing to marriage, what are you going to do? Buy everybody promise rings? It's silly.
Elimination of marriage penalties embedded in welfare programs and providing targeted financial support for those couples who meet their definition of the family. But despite their laudable aims, the scholars of the Heritage Foundation fundamentally misunderstand the nature of family. While it is undeniable that families, and children in particular, are the foundation of any flourishing civilization. It is not the case that the decline in family is the result of attacks from the political left. What the right sees as a full frontal assault is, in many cases, simply an attempt to expand the family beyond the tight strictures of 1950s social norms. What's more, the decline in birth rates is a worldwide phenomenon and is especially prevalent in Asia. This should cast doubt on the idea that the American left is uniquely to blame for the crisis of the family.
Yeah, that's what Heritage does. I also want to point out something that I said the other day. What Trump is doing with immigration, securing the southern border was absolutely necessary. What Trump is doing, basically making the country inhospitable to immigration, there should be legal immigration. There's no doubt about that. Um, However, I predict in 10 to 20 years, we're going to be trying to get people to move, to relocate into the United States. China, years ago, people may be old enough to remember their one child policy, which has come back to bite them in the ass in a big way. Um, you know, uh, I think we run that risk. It's just a prediction, but I think with our falling birth rates, if you can't get if you can't get your natives to copulate, the only way to for this to correct itself at some point, you're going to have to get young people from other places. Um, and I understand that, maybe AI, we just AI everything, so we need fewer workers. I'm not sure that is even a medium term solution.
Family. Before diving into exactly where national conservatism loses the plot with regards to the family, it is worth acknowledging what they get right. Though most leftists have at least a modicum of respect for the family, some, such as the writer Sophie Lewis, openly despise the family, arguing in books such as Abolish the Family that it is high time for us to rethink the central role we allow families to play in our lives. What's more, it's certainly true that a healthy family dynamic is one of the greatest guarantees of human happiness. As the 1966 Coleman Report showed, educational resources and economic success pale in comparison to family dynamics in shaping the prospects of the next generation. All of this the authors of the Heritage Report understand well. Social conservatives are also right to point out that the family is not as healthy or vibrant as it once was. Since Daniel Patrick Moynihan first sounded the alarm about the collapse of the two-parent household in a landmark report in 1965, the situation has only worsened. An increasingly large number of children are raised by single parents, with a litany of studies showing that this drastically undermines their health and well-being. Likewise, a mounting number of young people have chosen to forego having families altogether. To put it plainly, the family is in trouble. However, the most important thing is not just identifying a problem. It is correctly diagnosing the problem's origin and finding a workable solution. It is here that national conservatives go seriously wrong. For one, they completely misunderstand what a family is. Their idea, borrowed from a unique and fairly rigid time in American history, the 1950s, is that a family should, most of the time, only ever consist of a father, a mother, and their biological children. This means that while many national conservatives are in favor of straight parents adopting children, they are generally against surrogacy. In addition, many thinkers on the right imply that even among monogamous couples, sexual intercourse and romance exist solely for human reproduction. As the comparatively moderate conservative political theorist Robert George writes, embracing a concept of marriage as a form of sexual romantic companionship or domestic partnership was, I believe, a tragic mistake. He goes on to plug an organization whose entire purpose is to try and abolish same-sex marriage and encourage young people to connect romantically only if they wish to reproduce. This nationalist account of the family excludes same-sex couples and any children they may choose to have. Glaringly, it also offers a conception of human romance that would be unrecognizable to, say, Shakespeare or Jane Austen. While child-rearing is arguably the most important thing any human can ever do, it is not necessarily the source of the innate attraction two souls feel for one another. Nor is there any ethical reason to believe that romantic life ought to only ever be coupled with having children. As a result of
Essentially, these people who want to go back and like a Patrick Deneen or even Robert George, apparently, these people basically want to go back to a time when, and to be honest, there was never a time where when there when the only time two kids ever got together was to they agreed to procreate. Name me a time when that was widespread. I think I'm not even sure that monogamy. I think monogamy is a fairly recent thing in human history.
this faulty premise, the Heritage Report consistently implies that adoption by gay couples and romance without children are the product of human selfishness, placing the wishes of the couple above all else. The authors of the report state, policies should favor natural marriage over same-sex and polyamorous relationships, cohabitation, or intentional single parenthood. Fathers and mothers are not generic and interchangeable parents. It is not discrimination to acknowledge the differences between them. Each brings unique and complementary assets to the vocation of parenthood. It goes on to imply that children without two biological parents are doomed to live sadder, less fulfilled lives. But this is simply not true. Adoption by gay or straight couples is, as often as not, the product of the same strong nurturing instincts one finds in biological parents. Numerous studies demonstrate that the adopted children of gay parents are just as likely, if not more likely, to succeed in life. In other words, national conservatives consistently fail to comprehend the manifold avenues through which a life may be well led. As they make openly clear, they believe there is only one form of a healthy family, a male and female couple who come together for the purpose of having children and reproducing. Nor does the decline in families choosing to have children necessarily indicate a rise in selfishness or some hatred of the family. By and large, nationalist fears that the traditional family is openly despised by the youth of today is simply false. The truth is that many young people are getting married and choosing not to have children due to forces largely outside of their control. The current economic climate makes it immensely hard for young people to take the necessary financial steps to start a family. The cost of housing, childcare, and living in general have reached astronomical levels. The average young career professional simply cannot keep up. Of course, it's true that the West has been captured by a strong individualism. National conservatives' attack on individualism remains one of the strongest aspects of their thought, and is no doubt one of the reasons for their recent political success. While an emphasis on the innate dignity of each individual human soul will always serve as a philosophic prerequisite to a just society, too great an emphasis on the individual creates significant social problems. Humans are not made to live alone. At our best, we dedicate much of our existence to serving others. Conservatives are right to point out that this simple moral truth has been supplanted in recent decades by a near-total adulation of the self-interested whims of individuals. Yet here, conservatives should view modern people, including the left, as victims of this trend rather than selfish propagators of it. Many young people today are lonely and unhappy, often for reasons they do not understand. They would never willingly choose this state of affairs. At bottom, the national conservatives do not understand the varied and powerful forces of human desire and longing. As a result, they lack the necessary empathy to actually tackle the problem, and instead treat young people as culprits rather than victims. It is hardly surprising, then, that their policy solutions are often illiberal and top-down, designed to force changes in a society they have come to believe is entirely contemptible. It no doubt would be easier if social ills could be easily solved through the brute force of the state. But history has proven time and time again that such avenues to social reform are doomed to failure. In truth, the crisis of the family is best solved neither through a liberal statism nor by excluding some people from the benefits of family life. Instead, we should promote policies that uplift the family in all its varieties by providing individuals with the economic and philosophic tools to be able to choose family instead of isolated individualism. Some of this is relatively easy.
I can tell you right now, I don't know that there's actually such a thing as a choice between family and isolated. What do you call it? Isolated. What does he call it? Isolated loneliness. Anybody who chooses to be isolated is not going to choose family. Is that really a choice? Um, these incels are not choosing to be incels, at least as far as I know. So, um, we're gonna watch Francis Fukuyama left or next. This actually kind of dovetails into my point here. It is so hard to, you know, some things shouldn't be politicized as much as we tend to do it. We want to classify everything. We want to politicize everything. And essentially what groups like the Heritage Foundation want to do is use carrots and sticks. Like we'll give you, stuff if you do marriage the way we want you to be married. However, how is that pro-child? Okay, really, if you are looking at, fostering the development of children, you just want loving parents, who aren't abusing kids, or doing what they should be doing as parents. I think we go way too far with this sort of stuff. And, the regime that we have in place now, um, is too much under the thrall of quote national conservatives, religious, evangelical, type Christian nationalism, that sort of thing. Um, we shouldn't care so much um, outside of doing what's best for kids. And there is no cookie cutter approach to what's best for kids. We know this. We just can't seem to stomach it. Um, especially, the evangelicals. Uh my guy Fukuyama. Yeah. You're just having all kinds of fun, Calvin. What you sipping on? Newcastle? So this is Francis Fukuyama. I've shown a couple of his videos before. I haven't gotten around. He's written a couple books that I need to somehow or another squeeze into my busy reading schedule. But he makes a point in this video, probably the best definition of what liberalism is. And liberalism is not just governing, it's not just politics. And that's what people don't seem to understand. Um, and the thing they also don't understand is that classical liberals, libertarians, those are basically capital L liberals as well. There's a right liberalism, there's a left liberalism, there's classical versus progressive liberalism. There's several different types of liberalism that come under one heading. And these people who think that, say, right libertarians aren't don't come under the capital L liberalism heading. They don't know their politics, they don't know their philosophy. Um, they're kind of, you know, sounding foolish sometimes. And the link is posted for those who might dare. Seriously, Megabyte, you sound like Entwine, and it's not a compliment.
Bit. Thank you very much. And so now, without further ado, today I'm very excited to welcome Francis Fukuyama, celebrating the release of liberalism and its discontents. Francis is an Olivier Nomelli Senior Fellow at Stanford University's Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. He has previously taught at the Paul H. Nietzsche School of Advanced International Studies of Johns Hopkins University and at the George Mason University School of Public Policy. He was a researcher at the RAND Corporation and served as the deputy director in the State Department's policy planning staff. He is the author of Identity, Political Order and Political Decay, The Origins of Political Order, The End of History and the Last Man, Trust, and America at the Crossroads, Democracy, Power, and the Neoconservative Legacy. He lives with his wife in California. And so now, please join me in welcoming to Politics and Prose, Francis Fukuyama.
So thanks very much. It's really great to be back in a real bookstore. It reminds me how much I like bookstores in general. I also like being back in this neighborhood. You know, the first time I lived in Washington working at the State Department, I just lived down the street at 4849 Connecticut Avenue. So this is, I consider this, you know, my old stomping ground. But it's very nice that you came out today. I'm going to talk to you about the book on liberalism, which I think is under very severe threat. But to do that, I need to define what I mean by liberalism, because it's not the way that it's used by many. I use it in a way that's not the same as the way other people do. I do not mean liberalism in the sense of American politics, of people that are progressive or left of center, because I think actually a lot of them have become illiberal in many ways, which I'll explain. In Europe, if you use the term liberal, it usually refers to a center-right political position, like the Free Democrats in Germany, that's kind of pro-market but socially progressive. I don't mean liberalism in the sense of libertarianism, which I regard as a kind of bizarre American idea that's just hostile to the state sort of across the board, and that's certainly not my position. The kind of liberalism I am referring to is what you might call a classical form of liberalism. It began in the middle of the 17th century, actually. At that point, Europe had been fighting wars of religion for 150 years following the Protestant Reformation. And a number of liberal writers at that point began to say, hey, maybe if we base our political system on a particular religion, a particular vision of the good life, we're going to do nothing but fight each other. And maybe we should have a political system in which we lower the horizons of politics. We agree that we want life itself rather than the good life. And we learn to tolerate people that have other visions of what the highest goods are. And that's the basic idea that's animated liberalism since then. It developed into a doctrine that asserts that all human beings may differ culturally, racially, by gender, by all of these characteristics, external characteristics, but they have a certain basic human dignity that is shared not just by members of a particular ethnic or national group, but universally. And so all human beings have this dignity, and all human beings deserve to have that dignity protected. The institutions associated with liberalism are primarily a rule of law that does protect individuals from the power of governments and of the state, by constitutions that try to limit government power by checks and balances. And it's also been associated with a certain cognitive style, modern natural science. And this doctrine that came into being around the same time as liberalism was being invented asserts that there's an objective world beyond our subjective consciousnesses, that we can perceive this world through the experimental method and then manipulate it. And that's what produces modern technology, which in turn produces the kind of economic growth and productivity that the world has seen really since that period. So that's basically the kind of liberalism that I'm concerned with, whose most fundamental characteristics are the rule of law. It's compatible with a lot of different economic policies. So I think social democratic Sweden and Denmark are liberal states because they protect individual rights, as is, you know, the United States or Japan, that have smaller welfare states, but nonetheless protect those rights through law. Right. So that's what liberalism is. So let me give you 3 reasons for wanting to be a liberal or for wanting to live in a liberal society. And I think one of the problems is that there's been a lot of attacks on liberalism from both the right and the left in recent years.
I don't know if he comes up to this definition or even if it's in this video, but Fukuyama has the best definition of liberalism that I've ever heard. And I've heard a number of them. Basically, the ability to manage diversity. Um, and I don't know how you can get better than that. And the diversity can be any type of diversity. And the thing is that, like he said, liberalism as a philosophy or as kind of a way of being, it is very adaptable. And for some reason or another, people I can't, I've never been able to figure it out. People just don't seem to be able to understand that, even some pretty smart people. And I'll give you an example that I heard of. And I didn't, this isn't an original observation, but you have JD Vance. Basically, it was either him or maybe it was Marco Rubio who said that it is hard to govern by concept. He didn't, I think it was Marco Rubio who said he'd never heard of any person, of any civilization or society fighting for a concept, which is just a weird thing to say because, the popular saying is America is basically a country that was founded on an idea. But let's just go with, nobody ever fights for a concept. Well, liberalism, whether you like it or not, that part about, everybody's kind of equal under the law. Well, that's a direct influence of Christianity, where there's no Gentile, there's no Jew, et cetera, et cetera. I don't, people fight over religion, and religion is a concept. Now, some people think it's, an actual thing, and more power to you. Some people think the Bible is literal. But the thing is people fight over faith, and faith is a concept. People fought crusades over concepts. So again, you've got Marco Rubio, who's not dumb, and you've got JD Vance, who has a Yale law degree. I don't know whether they posture for their audience or whether they're that dumb. I can never tell.
You now have a whole group of so-called post-liberal conservatives who think that liberalism is at fault for the ills of contemporary society, and you have a lot of progressives, a lot of Gen Z types that think that liberalism is something that their parents, baby boomers, or grandparents believed in, but it's not relevant to the present. And I think it still is. And so there's basically 3 reasons. So the first is a practical one or pragmatic one, which is that liberalism is fundamentally a means of governing diverse societies. Back in the 17th century,
there it is.
The diversity was religious diversity.
Yeah, let me replay that again. Best definition I've ever heard.
A lot of Gen Z types that think that liberalism is something that their parents, baby boomers, or grandparents believed in, but it's not relevant to the present. And I think it still is. And so there's basically 3 reasons. So the first is a practical one or pragmatic one, which is that liberalism is fundamentally a means of governing diverse societies. Back in the 17th century, the diversity was religious diversity. Protestants, Catholics, different sects of Protestants were fighting and killing each other. And so liberalism said, we're not going to kill each other over these kinds of issues. In the 19th and 20th centuries, you had the rise of a very aggressive nationalism that similarly led to the violence of the two world wars. And then once again in 1945, at the conclusion of those wars, you had the return of a liberal world order and liberalism within the countries, at least of Western Europe, that said, different nations need to be able to get along. And, the European Union, in a sense, was set up as a liberal international structure to manage the peaceful relationship of these different nations, right? So that's the pragmatic virtue of liberalism. You can see this, by the way, in a country like India. India was founded by Gandhi and Nehru in the late 1940s on liberal principles, and it's almost impossible to imagine how that country can be governed other than that. I mean, India is religiously diverse. It's diverse by caste, by region, by language. There's multiple languages spoken in India, and if you didn't have a basically liberal framework for that, you would be having communal violence, constantly. And the liberal order in India, I think, has preserved that nation up to the present. And right now, one of the big problems in India is that Prime Minister Modi and his BJP, Hindu Nationalist Party, is trying to shift India's national identity away from a liberal one to one that's based on Hindu nationalism, which is then stripping, citizen rights from Muslims and, taking away the independent status of Kashmir and a lot of other things that inevitably are going to lead to violence, just as he experienced when he was the chief minister in Gujarat, and you had a lot of communal rioting between these groups. And so that's the pragmatic argument. Now, the second argument is basically a moral one. Liberalism protects human autonomy. I think that there's a very deep tradition in the Judeo-Christian tradition that what gives dignity to human beings is their ability to make moral choices, right? So if you think about why all people would be considered equal, certainly not equal in terms of intelligence, skin color, gender, lots of other characteristics, but there is a belief that really begins, it's articulated first, I would say, in the book of Genesis, where Adam and Eve are told not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They do it anyway, and they're cast out of the garden. And what that does is indicate that human beings actually can distinguish between right and wrong. In that particular case, they chose wrongly. They disobeyed God's word, but they were able to choose. And I think that has been the grounds on which many people have believed that human beings are moral beings, different from a plant or a rock or any other part of created nature, that you can make moral choices. And that's what gives people that essential equality, because everybody has that capacity for moral choice. That's what liberalism protects. It's our autonomy, our ability to decide what to do in life, where to live, who to marry, what beliefs to profess, that really make us human beings. And that's what the rights that a liberal society protects are meant to foster. Finally, the third advantage of a liberal society is economic. Among the rights that liberal societies protect are the right to own private property, to transact, to make commercial transactions, to buy and sell. And for that reason, liberal societies have been associated with economic modernization and growth right from the beginning. So the Netherlands and England were the first two really liberal societies. They really led the commercial and then the industrial revolutions. And up to the present, it's really that liberal protection of these basic economic rights that has led to growth, even in a country like China. So contemporary China is not a liberal society in terms of its political system, but beginning in 1978, when Deng Xiaoping reformed the system, he did it by actually giving Chinese citizens certain economic rights, and in particular quasi-property rights, where peasants no longer had to work on collective farms, but they could actually keep the fruits of their labor. And within 4 years, Chinese agricultural output doubled. Because there's an incentive now for peasants to produce, and the right to buy and sell, own property, to transact, to start businesses, really is what powered this amazing Chinese growth story that has been unfolding over the years since 1978. So
yeah, I am kind of sad that more people don't find this sort of stuff fascinating. But it is what it is. I think knowing this stuff, especially if you are a young Black person who's into politics and culture, knowing this stuff, dude, who knows where you could go. And it's so funny. Um, I was good at a lot of things coming out of high school. In chemistry, I was actually really good. I was actually really good at chemistry. And I really do wish that I had, especially coming out of the Navy. I literally thought about going to pursuing like a high level, what do they call them, Arabists or Orientalists, basically learning Arab and just becoming, because I in the Navy I spent a bit of time in that part of the world and loved it, but it wasn't to be, and you can't look back and go, gee, I wish I had. I have no regrets, but it would have been pretty cool. But it's just so fascinating, and it just kind of hurts my feelings to hear people on these panels talking about shit they don't know when it's so easy to learn. It's literally here on YouTube. Francis Fukuyama. Now it's better, and I will get around to reading his books. But in the meantime, believe this or not, he's not saying anything that I don't know. It's just stuff I hadn't thought about in a while. Anybody who's taken history, philosophy, um, for a science major, I literally have quite a bit of a liberal arts foundation, just because I like that sort of stuff. And I had a doctor once, way back. He was a general surgeon, and he's the only person I've ever met. He went to Harvard Med School. He also went to Harvard. And he graduated from Harvard with an AB in chemistry. And I once asked him, how the hell do you get a Bachelor of Arts in chemistry? And it was some designer degree, where, he did all the prerequisites to get like the chemistry degree, but he also took a shitload of humanities and somehow or another designed a Bachelor of Arts in chemistry, and went to Harvard Med School. So, he was no slouch in the science department. But I've talked about this before, and I've definitely raised my son to be, dude, a Renaissance man. It is so, especially if you have the mental capacity, dude, there's all kinds of shit that it's useful to know over the course of a lifetime. And, if I know so many people, who got engineering degrees or science degrees, and you know what? Fuck it. I've been working, as a mechanical engineer for 5 years. I want to do something different. A lot of people burn out on these hard science degrees. And then you get a job in it, and it's just, people just burn out on it sometimes early. But anyway, That's so stupid. What a useless chemistry degree. What are you talking about? The dude got a chemistry degree and went to Harvard Med School. And I met him when I was like in 8th grade because I had a piece of glass in my foot that he needed to dig out. He was a general surgeon. So he I'm sure he made a lot of money as a Harvard trained doctor right there in Savannah, Georgia. Useless chemistry degree. Well, I never used my chemistry degree, but what I got out of it is, um, I know how to solve problems. Definitely came in handy in the Navy.
There's a connection between being a wealthy modern society and having these kinds of liberal principles or protecting these kinds of liberal principles. Now, what I argue in my book is that part of the reason that people are upset and unhappy with liberalism has not so much to do with the basic characteristics that I've just outlined, but by certain deformations of liberalism that took place both on the right and on the left. You might call the ones on the right neoliberalism and the ones on the left, I don't know, woke liberalism. I don't use that term, but it's a kind of shorthand for understanding what's been going on. So let's begin with the neoliberalism. It's not, neoliberalism is thrown around a lot, oftentimes as a synonym for capitalism. I don't use it that way. I think that neoliberalism for me was a certain extension of basic free market principles that really arose in the 1980s and 90s under Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, politicians that wanted to advocate free markets.
Hey, what's
led
up, Lupin?
intellectually.
Kelvin, I don't think that any degree is useless, to be honest. I mean, the point of a degree is not so much to get a job. It's really just to learn how to learn. You may major in something that you want to do all your life, but I liked chemistry at the time. I probably would have majored in something else, but by the time I decided, hey, I don't like this, it was too late. So, you just have to plow on. But the whole point is to learn how to critically think in a particular way. What's up, Lupin? How you doing? What are you surprised to see Francis Fukuyama? Well, I just decided to, dive into a bunch of Francis Fukuyama because I've been, thinking lately about, especially with this MAGA stuff, thinking about liberalism with a capital L, conservatism with a capital C, just thinking kind of high level about systems of governance. And things like liberalism are actually more than just governance. They wind up being kind of like philosophies. So anyway, go to uni and learn how to socialize. What are you talking about? Kelvin, I have no clue where you're going with this, but sounds like you had a good time in school.
By people like Milton Friedman, a number of Nobel Prize winning economists, so-called Chicago School. They begin with a correct insight that private property and markets are important for economic growth, but they carry that to an extreme where the state is denigrated and neoliberals attempt to cut back the state in terms of social protections, regulation, and the like. And this leads to markets creating huge inequalities. Inequality in especially the most liberal societies or the most neoliberal countries, Britain and the United States, have grown enormously since the 1960s. The deregulation, especially of the financial sector, is what leads directly to the
Hey, Kelvin,
cascading
have
set
you
of-
ever heard of Carl Polanyi? I think that's how you pronounce his name. He was basically the anti Friedrich Hayek. He was more like, the markets are tools for man, whereas Hayek was the opposite. You know, men serve markets. And I actually have a biography of his that I haven't gotten around to reading. But do they teach Polanyi at London School of Economics?
The financial crises that take place in the 1990s and then culminates in the 2008 subprime crisis in the United States. This, in turn, is very bad for a lot of ordinary people who lose their homes because their mortgages are underwater, whereas the elites, the bankers and the hedge fund managers and so forth that created that system experience maybe a year or two of disruption, but basically they end up fine. And I would say that this is really what propels a lot of the populism that then appears in the subsequent decade, both on the right and the left. Ordinary people suffering from neoliberal policies that don't seem to be benefiting and in fact seem to be hurting them. You know, what you might call the woke liberalism is different because they start with another correct premise, which is that liberalism protects individual autonomy. But, you know, in my view, they carry that autonomy to an extreme where autonomy is seen as a good in itself and not, embedded in an existing or pre-existing moral framework, that people exist simply to be able to make choices regardless of what those choices are, which, if you think about it, makes society impossible, because what makes a society is the fact that there are commonly shared rules, and people have norms that embed them in communities, and that's really what a lot of people want out of life, is that ability to work together with other people. If people have the ability not just to follow the rules or not, but to actually make up their own rules, you're not going to have much of a structure of society. The way that this manifests is in identity politics. And for me, there's really two versions of identity politics, one of which I believe in and support, which is the liberal version. And then there's another version that's not so liberal. The liberal version says there are many marginalized groups, African Americans, immigrants, women, LGBTQ people, and their rights are not being respected. They are not being incorporated into the mainstream society, and they ought to be. This was basically the message of Martin Luther King in the civil rights movement, that Black people were not being treated the same as white people, and that they ought to have the same rights and opportunities. And that, to me, is a liberal idea, and a liberal state ought to pursue that version of identity politics. All identity politics does in that case is to mobilize people, get them angry about their marginalization, and then use the democratic system to, force changes. There's, however, a different form that I think is less liberal, which says that it's actually the individualism that's the target, that we are really members of groups before we are, individuals, and that our group characteristics are more important and more essential in evaluating us, for jobs, for promotion, for employment, for whatever, than what we've achieved as individuals. I think it's obvious that our group memberships do affect, our sense of identity, and that those are very important to us. But there's a kind of absolutization of these group identities that then begins to question, the underlying premise of equal individuals that is really critical to, the liberal approach to politics. And at an extreme, you actually have cases of countries in which this kind of group identity politics becomes dominant. I mean, Lebanon or Bosnia or Syria, there's any number of countries that have actually fallen apart in recent years because the politics is all about a zero-sum distribution of goods, between established identity groups. And that form is fundamentally, I think, not compatible with a well-functioning democracy, and it's also, I think, not compatible with liberal principles. Now, between these two threats, so let me back up a little bit. So the extension of these liberal ideas to what I regard as these more extreme forms, then I think go a long way to explaining the current polarization that's hit the United States, but other societies as well, because on the right, there's an intense dislike of this illiberal form of identity politics, and on the left, there's certainly a big reaction to the economic and social inequality that's been produced by neoliberal economics. And in many respects, the two sides have mobilized against each other, and it's landed us in the current, I think, very dangerous situation that we're in the United States as a society. And in fact, to my sorrow, the United States, I think, suffers from this probably more than almost any other established democracy in the world today. Now, if you ask, I've been speaking as if I'm being very even-handed between the left and the right. If you ask me which of these threats to liberalism is more important, the one coming from the contemporary right or the one coming from the left, I would say, without question, right now, it is the one coming from the right, because the extreme right in the United States, I think many of them have broken with the basic, both liberalism and with democracy itself. We've found out, for example, through the January 6th Commission, if you've been following their work, they've actually revealed that attack on the Capitol wasn't just a spontaneous demonstration that somehow got out of hand, that it had been planned ahead of time, by the president and a small group of advisors, and its direct purpose was to overturn a legitimate election. And, in a way, what's worse than the actual assault was the fact that then, a lot of the Republican Party has sought to normalize what happened and say, oh, it's not that big a deal. Whereas I think it's one of the biggest deals that we've faced, since the Civil War, in terms of the continuity and the principles of American democracy. And the coming election in 2024 will be a big test about whether our institutions can actually survive this assault. So I think that that's a clear and present immediate danger. The danger on the left is a little bit more. It's more long term, because it's primarily a cultural phenomenon, and it occurs, primarily in certain more or less elite cultural institutions like universities, the arts, Hollywood, and so forth. But I think that there are tendencies there that are illiberal towards intolerance. So many right-wing ethno-nationalists in the United States don't like the diversity represented by, our racial diversity, by immigration, and the like. I think there is a tendency on the left not to tolerate certain kinds of political diversity, or diversity with regard to religion, or holding people that hold, deeply felt religious views. But I would say, to repeat, I think the threat on the right is much more severe at the present moment. So this.
When you say neoclassical economics, Kelvin, you mean the non-math? I know at least there used to be like two tracks. One was math heavy, and the other was more like, it's almost like a philosophy of economics. Now I don't know that much about economics anymore. I haven't taken an economics class literally since my junior year of high school. No, he existed before Keynes. He's a contemporary. I know Keynes. He's a Pollyannian. He wasn't like a Hayek or a Keynes. He was more a philosopher. But if I recall, he and Friedrich Hayek were kind of opposite sides of a pole. Keynes is younger. Keynes is after Poliani. Poliani may even be older than Hayek. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up.
This is the kind of situation that we are facing at the moment. The other big problem is the one regarding our cognitive framework. Because, as I said,
no, he was a
liberalism was strongly
contemporary.
associated
Yes, he
with
was a
modern natural
contemporary of
science.
Hayek.
I have a chapter in the book tracing the attack on science that has appeared over the years, and this one actually, in my view, begins on the left rather than on the right. I know this stuff very well because in my younger days, I went to France and I studied with a lot of postmodernist, French intellectuals like Jacques Derrida or Roland Barthes. I met Michel Foucault actually when I was still an undergraduate at Cornell. And, that intellectual tradition begins with a skepticism about objectivity in a certain way, that language for many structuralist is not something that reflects the real world. It's a kind of imposition by the speakers of the words on that reality that then shapes the reality. And this expands into a kind of across the board subjectivism where that reality is increasingly questioned, and it's really only your consciousness of it that matters, but everybody's consciousness is different. And so there's a questioning about the solidity of that reality. This is articulated the most fully by Michel Foucault. He has a concept of biopower. So Foucault argued in a series of really brilliant books, he said, look, in the old days, a ruler would be able to order the death of any one of his subjects if he didn't like what they were saying. And so you used fear in that very overt way. Today, it's a little bit different. A ruler doesn't kill his subjects. He tries to use the language of science to persuade people that something is true, whereas in fact it simply represents the interest of the elites that are behind the scenes manipulating the society. And he showed this with respect to phenomena like incarceration, homosexuality, madness, that these were all concepts that were defined ostensibly scientifically, but in fact they reflected a kind of power interest on the part of existing elites that wanted to keep these different groups marginalized in different ways. And by the end of his career, he had extended this idea of biopower to virtually everything. And so, in my view, in a way, Foucault is the original conspiracy theorist, right? That nothing is actually the way it seems. And if you think that something is simply, true because a scientist says it's true, you're not understanding the way you're manipulated. So does this sound familiar to you? It should, because it's now drifted over from the left to the right. So during the COVID epidemic, what do we get? We get a lot of conservatives saying, the public health authorities that are telling you that you need to wear masks and get vaccinated aren't actually scientists that are just reporting, objective scientific findings. They're actually representing the interests of elites that want to have power over you. That's why they're making these mandates, and you should distrust their authority. And that leads us into this cognitive wasteland that then is hugely amplified by the technological development of the internet over this same period, right? Where it used to be that the information people would get had to be vetted by certain institutions, legacy media, the courts, scientific journals, and the like, before they would be accepted. What the internet did was basically allow anyone to say anything they wanted. We thought initially this was going to be great because, we take away the power of these hierarchical gatekeepers, but it turns out that anyone can then weaponize the internet and anyone can say anything they want. So when you combine that technological capacity with an intellectual framework that tells you that everything is essentially subjective and that you shouldn't trust any kind of established authority, you get this, what you would have to label an epistemic relativism, that we liberalism in a sense endorses a certain kind of moral relativism, because we're not all going to agree on what moral truths are, but at least we sort of thought we agreed on, factual information like, is this vaccine safe, or who won the 2020 presidential election. But under epistemic relativism, you're not even agreed on, those basic facts. And that makes actually a liberal society or liberal democracy pretty hard to sustain, because, you can't deliberate if you can't actually agree on kind of empirical facts and empirical truth. So maybe the last thing I'll mention, the book is not a policy book. I've worked my whole life in policy institutions and taught at policy schools, and I could go on and on about, a laundry list of things that you might do to mitigate the current polarization. I don't try to do this in this book because I think, that in many ways, policies and politics are downstream of ideas and culture. And if you don't establish the proper ideas and the cultural framework first, you're not going to derive the right policies and actions. And, so that's where I'm situating this book. I want to establish, what liberalism is and why it's important. There are a couple of things that I would say would be important to establish liberalism more firmly. One of them has to do with the idea of nations and national identity. There is an ostensible contradiction between liberals who believe that all human beings, regardless of where they live, have equal human rights. It doesn't matter whether they're American or they're living in Bangladesh or Kenya or wherever, they've all got equal rights, and yet we're all divided into nations in which our jurisdiction really doesn't extend to anyone but people living in our territory. You can read it in the book, but I believe that liberal theory doesn't really tell you why we're divided into the nations we are, but they remain important because the nation is still the custodian of force, of coercive power represented by things like armies and police forces. We need these in order to, protect ourselves from external and internal security threats, but also to basically deliver services, to enforce laws and the like. And at the moment, the only mechanisms we have for controlling this kind of power exist at a nation state level. Those control mechanisms are things like courts, legislatures, independent media, and we don't have the power, we don't know how to build a transnational authority that would be powerful enough to do things and yet would be controlled and used, effectively. But, the other consideration just has to do with our emotional attachments. The nation is at the moment probably the largest social unit to which people feel an instinctive, emotional attachment. Generally speaking, the larger the group, the more attenuated your feelings of solidarity. And this is important because I don't think you can sustain a liberal society without that. I'll conclude by illustrating what's going on right now in Ukraine, because Ukraine, in my view, it's the front line of a big struggle against for and against liberal values. 2019, Putin gives an interview with the FT. He says liberalism is an obsolete doctrine, and he has been building, a powerful illiberal state, and he has been trying to absorb and eliminate the independent nation of Ukraine because he doesn't think it has the right to exist. He was very mistaken in this because Ukraine has actually resisted tenaciously. But if you ask, why are the Ukrainians fighting back so hard? They are dying in great numbers in order to prevent, being taken over and conquered by Russia. Why are they doing it? And there's been a debate. Do the Ukrainians really, are they fighting on behalf of liberal democracy, or are they just fighting in for sovereignty? It wouldn't matter what kind of government they had as long as it wasn't, controlled from Russia or some other outside power. And I would say that it's really both, that very few people fight and die, risk their lives for liberalism as an abstract cause. They fight and die for it as it is implemented and embedded in an actual nation, and in fact embedded in their nation. I've spent a lot of time in Ukraine over the last 7-8 years and have lots of Ukrainian friends, and I know that this is the case with virtually all of them, that they actually are both Ukrainian patriots, but why do they love Ukraine? It really has to do with the fact that it's not Russia, that it's a fundamentally free society. You can criticize the government, you can come and go. The state isn't monitoring you or putting you in jail for the slightest disobedience to its rules, and that's why they're willing to fight on its behalf. And I think if you don't have that kind of instinctive loyalty to liberal values embedded in a liberal regime, that regime isn't going to work. But the idea of the nation that people fight and die for has to be a liberal one. There are plenty of illiberal forms of national identity that are based on ethnicity, race, kind of deeply, or religion, very deeply inherited, a narrow set of cultural values that people can't necessarily share in. And that's not a good form of national identity. You need a liberal form of national identity that is inclusive of everyone that actually lives in your society. So with that, I'll stop, and I look forward if any of you have questions. I'm eager to start the discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to stop that right here. I actually have one more on the same book, Liberalism and Its Discontents, that I want to listen to. In the meantime, the Senate yesterday, I guess it was, and the House today rejects bid to curb Trump's war powers in Iran. I hope that this doesn't become protracted, because this could come back to bite Congress. On Thursday, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives voted down a bipartisan resolution directing President Donald Trump to end U.S. military operations in Iran, with the measure failing 219 to 212, one day after the Senate blocked a similar resolution. So, citing the Constitution and the 1973 War Powers Resolution, supporters argued Congress should reassert its authority, as Representative Thomas Massey and Representative Ro Khanna authored the bipartisan measure after Trump submitted the resolution on Tuesday. Casualty figures underscore the stakes, as 6 Americans have been killed in the conflict so far, and observers say failed votes grant implicit authorization for U.S. strikes that began last weekend. The House vote was widely described as symbolic, and Representative Thomas Massey acknowledged the measure was headed for defeat, while some Republicans said the issue could return if the war expands. It already has. Despite campaign rhetoric against new wars, critics said the resolution's failure reflected Republican deference to Trump, with House leadership pushing back earlier this week. Trump said something about no forever wars. He hasn't, at least so far, it's not a forever war. Strictly speaking, he's within his campaign promise. Yeah, she's actually, wow. I wish I were young. She's gorgeous. Yeah, go ahead and ask him, Dawn. Might as well ask him. If I can answer them well. If not, you can read. Maybe I know him. Anything to break up the monotony. Like I said, I can do this all day. I can literally sit here and listen to people drone on about ideas and be perfectly fine. So this is the John Adams Institute, Fukuyama, same book, Liberalism and Its Discontents. And after this, I'll see where we are, because I do hesitate to put people through this boring stuff. But I think it's important to at least know the stuff is out here. Should one partake?
Now, I don't think I'll be saying anything new if I say that the world is going to a phase in which hard powers seem to be the determining factor.
Oh, I didn't realize
The
this is
outcome
in
of the war in
Amsterdam.
Ukraine, for a large part, depends on the amount of money and weapons that are being supplied to the Ukrainian government to resist the Russian invasion. Our political future, Europe's political future, is bound up in this conflict. And it seems to be determined, for the moment at least, by very material issues such as energy infrastructure and gas prices. But what about the soft power that goes behind all this? Ideas and principles, they're at stake just as much as lives, income, and territory are. And last March, our speaker of today, Mr. Francis Fukuyama of Stanford University and worldwide fame, published a much read and discussed essay in the Financial Times. And in that essay, he spoke about Putin's attack on the liberal order. And the Ukrainians, actually, in this light, will then be the defenders, not of their own country, not just their own country, but also the defenders of liberalism as well. And this was, according to Mr. Fukuyama, another reminder that the existing liberal world cannot be taken for granted. It is, as he wrote, something for we must constantly struggle.
Oh, and by the way, this is obviously recorded in mono, so which is annoying. But I'm not committed to go all the way through this. I have a shitload of Fukuyama videos that I have stored up. So if this one gets bored, there are others. And by the way, if any, I'll probably, let's see, we're at 3 hours. Probably won't go much longer than 4 hours unless something interesting kind of blossoms. But, this is more or less what I've been thinking about over the past week. What is liberalism? And I've always had a good idea, but never got around to reading Fukuyama. I mean, everybody who's into politics knows who he is, mainly because of the end of history. But he's in that realm of political philosophy, which I kind of enjoy, studying.
And which will disappear the moment we lower our guard. And this is precisely the reason why it's so important to keep track of Mr. Fukuyama's thoughts and writing, and why it's such a great honor to host him here again at the John Adams Institute in Amsterdam. He's one of the world's leading political thinkers, and it makes his work instructive, not just for academics or people who spend most of their days reading books, but to us all, citizens of democracies who from Fukuyama's work can learn how to defend and uphold the system that grants us our prosperity and our liberty. Mr. Fukuyama's new book, Liberalism and Its Discontents, for sale after the event and it can be signed, is a clear warning sign that we should not take our own system for granted. Like no other, Mr. Fukuyama, he identifies which threats there are to liberalism, and not just those posed by autocratic leaders or autocrats who aspire to be leaders or leaders who aspire to be autocrats, but also by our own political culture that increasingly, as Mr. Fukuyama also argues, tries to lock up the individual into a fixed group identity. And to push back against that, Mr. Fukuyama offers a much needed reminder of the virtues of liberalism and why this political philosophy is worth fighting for. And so apart from listening very carefully today to what he has to say, I recommend you follow American Purpose, which is a media platform and intellectual community that Mr. Fukuyama founded. And his contributions are aptly named Frankly Fukuyama. And by speaking frankly, Mr. Fukuyama, for instance, explains how the American democracy can move away from its crippling polarization, which I think is a lesson that we here in Europe should be able to learn as well. He also explains why he remains optimistic that eventually Ukraine will win. And he also explains why the administrative state, much maligned also here in the Netherlands, is actually something to be cherished. And I point out these examples because they perfectly capture the great relevance of Mr. Fukuyama's work. He offers a path forward at a time that democracies seem stuck. Now, all of you know, of course, I'm not going to do raise hands, but all of you know the phrase, the end of history, that Mr. Fukuyama so famously coined in the late 80s, just when Russia's previous incarnation started to collapse. But I do think maybe not quite as many people also understand the full body of thought that went behind that famous phrase. So for this, let me remind you of the warning that Mr. Fukuyama gave in his famous book, The End of History and the Last Man, all these years ago. Yes, liberal democracy at any point in time might seem supreme, but there's always the danger, and here I quote, of dissatisfied individuals that are ready to drag the world back into history with all its wars, injustice, and revolution. Well, I think we certainly have been dragged into history with its wars, injustices, and revolution, not just by a new generation of autocratic strongmen, but also perhaps by our own complacency, for which Mr. Fukuyama warned. And this raises the question of how peace, justice, and stability, the set of political goals which in the end liberal democracy serves, can again be strengthened. In short, there's actually no better time than right now than to hear from Mr. Francis Fukuyama.
Thank you very much. So thank you very, very much for that very kind introduction. I'm really grateful to the John Adams Institute and its supporters, as well as to my publisher, Atlas Contact, for sponsoring my visit. I've introduced my new books here in Amsterdam, I think virtually every single one of them, going back over 30 years now. And the John Adams Institute has been a particularly welcoming place to launch a book. So I'm really grateful for that opportunity and for all of you that have turned out tonight. I might just tell you a little story about John Adams that you might not be aware of. He was, of course, the second president of the United States. His son, John Quincy Adams, was also president of the United States, elected in 1824. The Adams family are what we in the U.S. call Boston Brahmins. They came from Boston. They, I think, both went to Harvard University. They're very well educated. John Adams could not have negotiated with the Dutch if he didn't speak some European languages, and so they were very cosmopolitan people. But John Quincy Adams ran a second time in 1828 against a man named Andrew Jackson. And Andrew Jackson was a front.
Yeah, that point about the managing diversity, basically. It is very, really most of the people, like say a John Locke or, even people like Hobbes, Adam Smith, these people were fairly religious. People like Edmund Burke. I mean, Edmund Burke could actually be, in that liberal tradition. These people were fairly religious, and a lot of that diversity points, liberalism basically echoes a Judeo-Christian kind of ethic. And I've never understood why that isn't more apparent. Now politics tends to just be, bring out the worst in people for starters, and it tends to be hyperbolic. But I literally don't understand what the problem with, the concept of diversity. I've never been able to understand why it is so divisive. There is no way America's ever going to be monocultural. It's just not going to happen. Andrew Jackson. What about Andrew Jackson? Yeah, okay, yep. I stopped just to break it up a little bit.
Tearsman. He was an Indian fighter.
Oh, believe me, I got plenty of Fukuyama. He's got a lot of stuff on YouTube.
A soldier. He didn't have a high school education, so he was rather poorly educated compared to the Harvard educated John Quincy Adams. And he was really the founder of the populist tradition in the United States, because in that election, they finally opened up the franchise to all white males. And like many politicians in new democracies, he had to figure out how to get people to vote for him. And so he gave them jobs in the post office, a bottle of bourbon at Christmas time, basically individual bribes to get people to come out and vote for him. And he set off what in American historiography is called the patronage or spoils system that characterized American government for the next 100 years. It shows that the Adams family was heavily involved in holding back the tide of populism that has always been the dark underside, in a sense, of American democracy. Donald Trump had a picture of Andrew Jackson hanging in the Oval Office because he was in many ways the inspiration, the original model for Donald Trump, by appealing to ordinary Americans and telling them that the elites, like the Adamses, were people that didn't have their interests at heart, that they were conspiring behind their backs. And unfortunately, that is a tradition that has run very steadily since the time of the Adams family up until the present. And it defines a lot of American politics today. So thank you for keeping the memory of, the other side of that argument going. So I'm going to talk to you about liberalism. I'm using liberalism in a very specific sense. In Europe, in continental Europe, it tends to refer to center-right parties that are pro, free markets, want to minimize state regulation. In the United States, it has the opposite connotation. These are left of center politicians that want more equality, more redistribution. I do not think that this economic definition of liberalism is the right one, or it's not the one that I use. I think that a liberal society can have more government or less government. That's not the critical thing. What is critical to liberalism is a belief in the equal dignity of all human beings, and furthermore, the obligation of governments to respect that dignity by granting to individuals rights for people under their jurisdiction, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, and all of these other secondary characteristics. And a liberal society does this through a rule of law. The rule of law is fundamentally a constraint on powerful people. It's not the rule of law if it doesn't apply to the most powerful people in the society. And liberal societies basically are thus limitations on power. The state cannot do to individuals anything that it wants because it must follow the law and it must treat its citizens with equal dignity. And in my book, if you are a regime that follows that basic set of principles and has those kinds of rule of law institutions, and I consider you a liberal society, whether you have a big state like Scandinavia does or a relatively small state like, I don't know, Japan or the United States.
Let me make a point. A populist, of which Donald Trump, he might be kind of an instinctive populist, but he's a fair weather populist. He's a populist as long as you are basically, worshiping him. As soon as you break with him, all of a sudden, his actual, in my opinion, his actual attitude, which is very hierarchical. It's hilarious to hear people like James Lindsay talk about how, what is it? The Frankfurt School, wants to break everything down into hierarchies and, power dynamics. What the fuck is Trump doing? Okay, Trump is about the most hierarchical president I can think of. He's extremely divisive. There is us and them, There are patriots who are the real Americans, and there are people who are not real Americans. Can't get much more basic yet hierarchical than that. These James Lindsay types depend on their audience not being able to think critically. Donald Trump, and by the way, populists are not, they tend to not be egalitarian. People don't seem to understand that.
So that's what I mean by liberalism. And it's a doctrine that has been under considerable stress and attack in recent years. One form of that is, as Casper was saying, coming from great powers like Russia and China that have consolidated power in recent years as authoritarian states. They both made the same argument that liberal democracy is in decline, that they, by being centralized and powerful, can solve problems and give their citizens what they want. And that is a narrative that is very attractive to a lot of would-be authoritarians in Myanmar, in Tunisia, in El Salvador, in many other countries around the world. But there's also been, I think, in a way, a more insidious threat posed by the rise of populist nationalism. And in that one, democracy plays a kind of negative role because these populists are popularly elected. So this is Erdogan in Turkey, this is Orban in Hungary, this is Donald Trump in the United States. I mean, he didn't get a majority, but he was legitimately elected. And all of these democratically elected leaders use their democratic mandate to attack the liberal part of liberal democracy. That is to say, they go after the rule of law institutions as a first order of business because they do not like these constraints on their own power. And there's actually been a kind of network of illiberal forces that have joined, what used to be the extreme left, communist states like China with extremely conservative states like that of Iran. What they hold in common is they don't believe in liberalism. They agree with Putin, who said in 2019 that liberalism is an obsolete doctrine. And as a result, the internal populist threat against liberal institutions has joined hands with a global authoritarian threat that gives them aid and comfort and support and so forth. And as a result, democracy has been backsliding. Freedom House, that keeps track of these things, it issues an annual Freedom in the World survey, and every year for the last 8 years, the aggregate amount of democracy in the world has declined. It expanded greatly beginning in the 1970s up until the first decade of the 21st century, but since then it's declined every single year, and it's also declined qualitatively because it's hit two of the largest democracies in the world, the United States and India, which in Freedom House's view have gone backwards. India, in its case, because of illiberal practices of Prime Minister Modi. And so there's a crisis in global democracy and in the way that we govern ourselves around the world that has, in a way, culminated with this war against Ukraine. I personally have spent a lot of time in Ukraine over the last 8 years. After Russia's annexation of Crimea and the Donbass, I and a lot of my colleagues actually thought that Ukraine was going to be the frontline state in a global struggle against illiberalism. Ukraine was a very imperfect democracy in a lot of ways, but it was a free society. It was a society in which you could criticize the government, you could say what you wanted, and you could vote for a president that was a complete outsider, as President Zelensky was when he was elected several years ago. And that made it a very, very different country from Putin's Russia. And this attack by Putin has a much larger significance than simply NATO expansion or the country Ukraine itself. I think Mr. Putin has made that abundantly clear. If you have not read the entirety of the speech that he gave last Friday when he announced the annexation of these 4 provinces of Ukraine into Russia. You ought to read it because it gives you a sense of what this struggle really is about. He really doesn't talk about NATO expansion much at all. He really doesn't even talk about Ukraine. The greater part of the speech is this denunciation of the West, the liberal West, basically saying it's been the source of slavery, of injustice, of inequality, of aggression, of colonialism, every bad thing that's happened. And he goes back, many, many centuries and saying that we Russians are the ones that are actually protecting civilization against this threat. And so in his mind, this really, he obviously wants to incorporate as much of Ukraine into Russia as he can, but this is basically a war against the West as a whole, a West that he thinks is the fountainhead of all evil in the world. And therefore, the outcome of this war is going to make a great deal of difference to the fortunes of democracy globally. So towards the end of the talk, I will talk a little bit more about my particular reaction. Now, I'm going to back up a little bit because in my view, unfortunately, a lot of people, and especially younger people that live in prosperous, stable, liberal democracies like the Netherlands, like the United States, Canada, any number of Western countries, have grown complacent, but they've also forgotten, in a way, the foundations of their own society, their own political order, and why it's better to live in a liberal society rather than an illiberal one. So I'm going to give you a defense of liberalism, and it really revolves around 3 virtues that I think liberalism has: pragmatic, moral, and economic. All right, the pragmatic one is very simple. Liberalism arose in the middle of the 17th century as a way of managing diversity.
Brian, you're talking about the liberal world order since at least 1945. Let's go all the way back to, you could easily start at, you could easily start with 1776. I would be willing to go as far back as 1776 for the United States and 1789 for France, and then it's kind of been back and forth. But I would go back to the founding of the two republics. The way the United States was founded, it is literally a product of the Enlightenment. Thomas Jefferson even, is considered part of the Enlightenment. And I would say you could probably extend it to the French Revolution as well.
Diversity. And actually the Netherlands, the Low Countries, played an important part in that because after the Protestant Reformation, as you're well aware, Europe fell into 150 years of almost continuous warfare. You remember the Duke of Alba and people of that sort that were representing a Catholic order that was resisted fiercely here, and it killed a lot of people in Europe. And at the end of that struggle, a lot of early liberal thinkers got up and said, rather than building our political order around a single religion or a single doctrine that outlines the good life, why don't we agree to tolerate different views of the good life in the name of life itself? That we all want to survive and we're not surviving. The 30 Years' War in Central Europe killed maybe a third of the population of what's now Germany. So maybe life itself would be better protected if we put these religious issues off to the side. You can believe what you want in the privacy of your own worship, but the state is not going to take a position saying you must be of a certain doctrine. Now, by the time you get to the 19th and 20th century, religion has been replaced by nationalism as the issue that threatens liberalism, because many versions of this rising European nationalism held that one nation should be superior to other nations, that it had the right to territorial aggrandizement, that it could define citizenship, in ethnic terms, in narrow terms that excluded parts of their own population. Europe fought two incredibly bloody world wars over this idea. And at the end, in 1945, again, as in the middle of the 17th century, people said, well, liberalism actually looks pretty good in contrast to constant wars over national identity, and therefore established a number of institutions, beginning with the European Union, which is based on a liberal idea that all human beings should have rights that are respected. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was passed in the early days of the UN, and that became the foundation of what we call the liberal world order, under which we've been living for the past 70 years. And once again, that pragmatic idea that liberalism is a way to reconcile people of different ethnicities, different religions, different races, and have them live peacefully together is the pragmatic selling point. Prime Minister Modi wants to change India's national identity from one based on liberal ideals of Gandhi and Nehru to one based on Hindu nationalism. Where does that leave the 200 million Muslims living in India? Well, it leaves them, actually, a lot of them, without citizenship, without equal rights, and it is the foundation for a considerable amount of violence, which unfortunately has begun to spread in that country. All right, so that's reason one. Reason two is a moral reason that has to do with why we believe that all human beings, why liberals believe all human beings have a basic dignity, and that has to do with the question of moral autonomy. In a sense, this goes back to the book of Genesis. It's very deeply embedded in this whole Judeo-Christian tradition. So Adam and Eve are told by God not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They disobey God, they sin, and then they're cast out of the garden. But this has a kind of, it has a consequence. They did sin, but they demonstrated that human beings actually can make moral choices. They can distinguish, they have knowledge of good and evil, and they can choose good over evil if they do right. And that capacity for moral choice is not enjoyed by animals, by plants, by any other part of created nature, but it is fundamentally the basis for the dignity of human beings. We may differ in our looks, in our skin colors, in our backgrounds, the languages we speak, but all of us have that same capacity for moral choice. That's what gives us dignity, and that is what needs to be recognized. And so that's the moral argument for a liberal society. Then the final argument is an economic one. Among the rights that liberal societies recognize is the right to private property, the right to transact commercially, the protection of commerce, and through a rule of law. And it turns out that this is a very good formula for economic growth. And so it is no accident that the earliest liberal societies here in the Netherlands and in England, you had the beginnings of, first the commercial and then the industrial revolutions that led to the enormous prosperity of the modern world. And even in China, so, today's China is in no way a liberal society, but they would not be where they are today economically if in 1978, Deng Xiaoping had not introduced certain liberal principles like the right, it's not strictly speaking private property, but peasants could keep the fruits of their labor on their plots. And because they had that incentive, Chinese agricultural production quadrupled in the space of the next 5 years or so, because people were allowed to follow their own self-interest. And to the extent that China has grown as rapidly as it has, it is because it has embraced a market economy. And one of the big dangers for China now is they're clamping down on that market economy and putting it under the control of the state. So liberalism is good for economic prosperity. All right, so I've convinced you now. You've got 3 good reasons to want to be good liberals. But why are we in this current situation where a lot of, for example, my students feel that liberalism is, that may have been good in your generation, but, it's just become kind of old-fashioned now. Why do people think that? And the argument that I make is that it has to do with two deformations of liberalism, in which basically solid liberal principles were expanded to a point that were not supportable. And there was one on the right and there was one on the left. And these two expansions and deformations then bred opposition that I think has put us in our current situation. So the first deformation has to do with economic liberalism. So as I said, liberals believe in private property and property rights and the freedom to transact. But beginning in the late 1970s with the rise of Margaret Thatcher and then Ronald Reagan, and also the Chicago School, a group of economists like Milton Friedman, Gary Becker, George Stigler, that gave an academic respectability to this kind of market liberalism, you had a period in which public policy was devoted to shrinking the public sector, to taking away many of the social protections that had existed in liberal democracies up to that point. Thank you very much. And by creating a world of fluid global capital, created a kind of global capitalism that exacerbated inequalities, particularly in Britain and the United States, where, you know, which were the early adopters of this kind of more or less unbridled market competition. And it's not a surprise that these are the two countries that then become the hosts of the counter-reaction. You get it partly in the form of a left wing, Jeremy Corbyn or Bernie Sanders, but more importantly in terms of a right-wing reaction that is socially based on those people that were left behind.
Well, looks like the gang's all here.
Global economy. And so neoliberalism, you know, it's not the same as capitalism. You can't have a modern economy without capitalism, but neoliberalism was a highly destabilizing force. The deregulation of the financial sector that began in the late 80s and continued through the 1990s led to a world of fluid capital. You know, the world had not experienced serious financial crises really up until the Sterling crisis in the early 1990s. And then every couple of years, there would be another country that would succumb to rapid inflows of hot capital that then would be destabilized when that capital moved out again. The Asian financial crisis, you know, culminating in the subprime crisis in the United States, where it came home to roost in the country that had been the biggest advocate of these kinds of neoliberal forms of deregulation. And it created, again, a lot of resentment because a lot of people lost their homes. They, you know, their mortgages went under. They lost their jobs in the subsequent recession. And the people that were running the hedge funds and the asset managers and so forth that, in a way, created the risks that were taken that were the cause of the crisis had a rough, you know, 9 months or so, but then in another couple of years, we're back to making tons of money. And so that, I think, basic inequality is what fueled the rise of a populist, both right and left, that resented very deeply, you know, the injustices that it perceived was due to this kind of neoliberal doctrine. On the other side, you had an expansion of this basic idea of moral autonomy to a point that I think was also not supportable there, and that takes the form of modern identity politics. Now, I want to make clear that there is a form of liberal identity politics. The civil rights movement in the United States was based on, you know, identity as an African American. People were treated, they were mistreated as a group because of their group characteristics. And so they banded together in a civil rights movement that then pushed for legislation that allowed Black people to vote, to enjoy the same rights as white people, to end legal segregation. And this is a liberal victory. It's a triumph of liberal principles where a discriminated minority demands to be treated equally, and through the political system, you know, achieves those demands. And we've seen this now happen, you know, with women, with gays and lesbians, transgender people. There've been a whole succession of social movements that have taken the cause of these marginalized groups and tried to incorporate them into a broader liberal society. However, there is a form of identity politics that is illiberal. There is a form that says, your group characteristics, the things that you're born with, and you can't voluntarily choose to jettison, your race, your gender, your, religion, in theory is voluntary, but for most people really is not. The faith that you grew up in, those are the most important things about you. And the society ought to look to those group characteristics before they look to who you are as an individual. And that's the point at which identity politics becomes illiberal, because it sees a society not as a collection of free individuals, but as a collection of groups that are, in a sense, in a zero-sum competition with one another for resources. And some people in this postmodernist tradition have gone further to say that the existing liberal society is actually not liberal. It tells you that you have equal rights, but it's actually a kind of shield for those, capitalist forces operating behind the scenes that want to keep people down by persuading them that they have a stake in the system when they really don't. And that form of identity politics is, I think, deeply illiberal, and it's problematic. I'm asked this frequently, so I'll tell you right up front. In the United States today, I believe the right-wing form is much more dangerous than the left-wing form, because it really has to do with, the effort to steal the last election by Donald Trump. He didn't get away with it. It's pretty clear from the work of the January 6th committee that that's what he was trying to do. He didn't get away with it in 2020, but there's a large part of the Republican Party that's working really, really hard to put themselves in a position where they can manipulate the 2024 election. And that, very acute.
Oh, yeah, this is an old video. My bad.
Is a live
I guess
one.
I should have mentioned
And
that.
if it's a close election in 2024, unfortunately, I think, this most basic institution of the peaceful transfer of power will be threatened. The threat coming from the left, I think, is a more diffuse one. It's a cultural threat. It usually doesn't take a political form. It takes the form of cancellation or, opinion on social media that just shuts down certain opinions and voices, and, leads to a kind of self-censorship where people simply don't want to talk about a certain range of subjects, typically having to do with race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and the like. But it really does lead to a lot of students, for example, feeling that freedom of speech, a basic liberal virtue, is old-fashioned, right? That we can't allow free speech to people that don't hold the same progressive views that we approve, and then eats away at the foundation of certainly of academic discourse, but I think of the kind of discourse that is necessary to sustain a healthy liberal society. All right, so there are two more issues I want to talk about. The first one is this cognitive question, because liberalism was associated right from the beginning with a certain cognitive mode that we label modern natural science, right? So modern natural science asserts that there is an objective world that exists independently of our subjective perceptions, that we can experience that world and develop empirical information about it. Using the scientific method, we can come up with causal theories about how that world works. And the fact that we can do this has been the basis for science and the kind of technology that then allows us to manipulate that material world and use it for our own benefit. And quite frankly, none of the material wealth and the kinds of freedoms that we enjoy in a liberal society would be possible without the scientific method and all of the things, all of the technologies that flow from it. Obviously, not all of them are good, but on balance, that's what has made the modern world possible. There's been an attack on the objectivity and the independence of science that actually begins on the extreme left. I know this very well because I studied in Paris in the 1970s with Jacques Derrida and Roland Barthes and a number of postmodernist thinkers on the right. I actually met Michel Foucault when I was an undergraduate. He came to Cornell and visited our university. But, a lot of the thought in that tradition basically questions the possibility of objectivity, that actually the world is really what we perceive it to be, that language imposes a structure on the world rather than reflecting the world's structure. And this is carried in a way to the logical conclusion in the thought of Michel Foucault, who begins to criticize modern natural science in certain domains like homosexuality, incarceration, madness. He says that these are pathologized. In the old days, rulers could simply kill a subject that they didn't like, but today you have to convince them by saying, well, the scientists believe such and such, and that's a way of getting people to do what you want them to do. So science becomes a tool of hidden, powerful elites. And by the end of his career, he had broadened this from, these cases where he had a strong empirical ground for saying that science was being used this way, to being a general attack on, the possibility of science itself. And I think what's happened is that skepticism about modern natural science has now gravitated to the extreme right, where you have this abundance of conspiracy theories that basically take the same argument, that here all these public health authorities are speaking in the name of science, but they don't actually represent the truth. They represent the interests of a hidden elite that really wants to use science to get you to be compliant so that they can manipulate you. And therefore, the factual basis of our liberal democracy gets eroded because we can't even agree on facts. And in this case, technology plays a big part in that erosion because the internet allows anybody to say whatever they want, right? Back in the old days when media came through a much more limited number of channels, that was not possible. But today, there are a lot of bad actors that are actually trying to encourage the spread of fake news and conspiracy theories, hate speech. And the internet is very good at promoting this stuff. And actually the bottom lines of a lot of the big internet platforms depend on the kind of virality that people buy into when they say things that are outrageous as opposed to well thought out, true, and so forth. And then the last issue I want to mention just is the question of nation, because I started with this definition of liberalism as a doctrine that believes in the universal equality of all human beings. So a liberal believes that it is wrong to abuse someone's basic human rights, regardless of where in the world it happens. It could happen in Myanmar, in China. It could happen here in Europe, but everybody is an equal human being. And yet we're divided up into these nation states with limited jurisdiction. So how do you reconcile the universalism of liberalism as a doctrine with the fact that we live in nations and that we accord legitimacy to nations? And I think that there's a couple of important answers to this. That one of them is, again, a practical observation that rights really depend on enforcement. Declaring a right that is unenforceable is kind of meaningless. And that's why states are important, because states remain the enforcers of just rules. A state is a legitimate monopoly of force over territory that is able to enforce rules, and you can't have meaningful rights if you don't have a state to enforce them. But states have a limited territorial jurisdiction, and we actually do not want states enforcing rights everywhere in the world. Sometimes the United States has been a little bit too eager to try to enforce rights beyond its own borders, and I don't think that necessarily leads to a better or more stable world. But finally, there's an emotional argument. Human beings are social creatures. They want to bond with other people, but in many ways, the nation state is the largest social unit to which they feel this immediate instinctual solidarity and attachment. And without that kind of attachment, you can't have a cohesive society. Without shared values that should be liberal values, you don't have a political community. And so you need nations, but they have to be a certain sort of nation, right? They have to be nations that are built on liberal principles, where the principles are really open to everybody that actually lives as a citizen in that society. And if it's based on a narrower category like religion or ethnicity, you're going to end up excluding an important part of the population. And therefore, you need a kind of liberal sense of patriotism. And I think one of the big mistakes that a lot of liberal politicians have made is to cede the issue of patriotism and national identity to the right, and these days to the extreme right that have a exclusive and rather nasty view of that national community. And that's ground I think that needs to be reclaimed by true liberals. All right, so just to conclude, I want to conclude on a somewhat more optimistic note. I mentioned that global liberal democracy has been in decline for the last 8 years, but people are fighting back. And I actually think that this war that's going on in Ukraine has woken up a lot of people that were very complacent about the survival of liberal institutions and didn't really think that we'd have to pay much of a price to keep them going. And I think that the examples that the Ukrainians themselves are setting by fighting for their own, freedom has actually been very inspirational to a lot of people. And it also demonstrates why a basically free society is likely to do better than a centralized authoritarian one. In Russia, you've got one decision maker that, makes any difference. And if that decision maker is paranoid and too scared to even sit at the same table with his defense minister because he's afraid of getting COVID, he's probably not going to get very good advice about the world. And he's going to make big consequential decisions because he can and because he actually has shielded himself from any kind of feedback and he doesn't face any kind of institutional constraints. And a milder version of that is unfolding, I think, in China with the zero COVID policy and a lot of other things that are going wrong in the Chinese economy that I think derive directly from this authoritarian style of decision making that doesn't place limits on the power of leaders. A liberal society does that. It derives power and legitimacy from the fact that decisions need to be shared, they need to be assented to, and there's a possibility of accountability for leaders that don't take popular wishes into account. And for that reason, I actually think that, well, we can discuss this in greater detail. I think actually the Ukrainians are going to do very well and they're going to win this war. But I do think that that may demonstrate to people that had become complacent that it is possible to fight back and it's possible to fight back successfully. So I hope they do, and I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you very much for listening. I look forward to our discussion.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's worth. Well, what do y'all think? We can either watch the discussion or I don't know. It might be worth watching it at least. We'll see how it starts. If it's not exciting, we can move on.
But I want to start off our conversation with something maybe slightly more cumbersome. I woke up this morning and I thought, well, I'll be meeting you tonight. So I thought, let's see what's on Mr. Fukuyama's mind. And luckily we have Twitter these days. So I opened my phone and you had posted a tweet saying, which is almost a statement of fact, saying, I think we'll see a much bigger Russian collapse happening very soon.
Oh.
Now, then I met you later today, earlier this evening, and then you explained to me your own surprise on how many people responded. Like there were 60,000 likes. So apparently the idea of a Russian collapse is something that people are interested in, engaged with. So I have two questions for you. The first is, how can we be so sure? And the second is, why do you think this statement causes such a big reaction?
Well, the reason that I think that a Russian collapse, and by the collapse, I don't mean the regime, I mean just the military, their military in Ukraine, it's something that I've been following.
You know what, Sin, I talked about that. I don't know. I think I'm going to save it for Saturday because I really wanted to do the Fukuyama stuff today. And I figure by Saturday I'll have beer in the house, and I can give it a proper review. And as far as Titanic goes, and me being a Navy man, well, we don't make it a habit in the Navy to watch movies about ships that sink. It- you know, I no Navy man wants to see, a show about a ship that hits an iceberg and sinks. Uh, just not my kind of thing. So Sharon, unless I get a wild hair for tomorrow, I'll do it Saturday. That'll be Black Historian Day, and
Extremely closely from the beginning of this war. And there is such a difference in the motivation of Russians and Ukrainians. The Ukrainians actually, many thousands of Ukrainians returned to Ukraine when the war began because they wanted to fight on behalf of their country. And they've been doing it with incredible bravery and vigor and determination. And with the Russians, it's been exactly the opposite. I mean, they think that more Russian young men have left the country than they've managed to conscript since last Thursday's announcement. And it shows up in their battlefield performance. These poor guys, if they do get caught and conscripted, apparently they're going to be sent out to the front with no training, no equipment. The Russian army has suffered terrible shortages of tires for their trucks because of corruption, on the part of the officer corps, and extremely bad leadership. And so if you look at where the Ukrainians are pressing, the big theater is the city of Kherson in the south. That's key to opening up the Black Sea coast of Ukraine. The Ukrainians have basically had the Russian force there cut off. There's 4 bridges across the Dnipro River that resupply that force, and they've bombed all 4 of those bridges now for the past month. So the Russians cannot resupply
this is
that.
actually
25,000.
old news. Let's move on. Ukraine has that whole situation has definitely progressed. I watched this short and actually thought it was funny, so I'll just show it.
Girl, what are you doing here?
You scared me. Good morning.
You scared me. What are you doing in my house?
Well, I haven't heard from you in a while, so I'm making you grits. I'm about to make some bacon, eggs, but I didn't know if you like your eggs fluffy.
No, pack all this stuff and get out of my house. I'm not playing with you.
Maybe you're cranky. You said you missed me. You said you were going to call me. Come here, just give me
No, get your hands off me. Girl, don't do that. I ain't even touch you. You threw yourself back. Get your crazy ass out of my house, because you ain't about to catch me no case.
What did you say?
Crazy. Get your crazy ass out of my house. I ain't even start with you. I don't know why you here. We don't have nothing. I gave you my number and I never should have did that.
Call the wrong woman crazy. I'll show you crazy.
I gotta move.
You know what? For some reason, that guy in the short reminds me of Deacon Dave. I don't know why. Just sounds like how he would react to something like that. Okay, let's see. So I have another Fukuyama, which I think I'm going to save till tomorrow. This is a Soch 101 that I've been meaning to show and never got around to it. So it is called "How Accurate Are Our Stereotypes About Whiteness?" How could I resist? How could I resist not resist showing this.
All right, man. Let's introduce you.
My name's Roji. I'm a junior. I'm from Long Island, New York.
Wait, it's Rogi?
Roji.
Roji? Is it short for something?
That's just my name.
That's your name? Where's it come from?
So my dad's name is Romel and my mom's name is Gianna. It's like the first two put together.
Dude, give your parents a pound for me. That's cool. All right. So we're in Long Island?
I'd say like a little bit of everywhere. I grew up mostly in like Uniondale, Hempstead, and then I moved out to like Wheatley Heights, Dix Hills area.
And how do you identify, by the way?
I'm black.
I'm not like Caribbean American?
I'm Haitian American.
Haitian American. Ah, okay. All right, cool. Wait, what's your last name?
Bourget.
Bourget. All right. Have you ever been to Haiti?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, man. Where's your family in Haiti? In Port-au-Prince?
My mom is from Maïsad, and then my dad is from Delmas.
Delmas. Okay. Delmas is the first place that not the first place I visited in Haiti, but the first place in Port-au-Prince, by the way. We used to have a project in Haiti, so we used to go down all the time. Maybe I've been there maybe like 10 times stuff, so it's cool. All right, man. So listen, here's what we're going to do. Can you go in the back? And you can take the mic with you. You can just turn it off.
This
and
is
go
like
back
a
there
game
and hang
show?
for a hot minute. All right, man. Can we have our volunteers? You all can come up and take a seat. This is by the way, today's a really cool class. Like there are classes that we do that I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting or this is going to be fun. And there are classes that we do that when I wake up in the morning, I say, oh man, I can't wait to go to class. All right. So here, you're going to be getting some shots of them. So, okay, you don't put your name tags on yet and make sure that he can't see them. All right. And you all are going to share the microphone. You three share this microphone and you three share that one. And we're not going to introduce you all yet. Okay. All right, man, you're on. Dude, this is... Okay, Rogi, right? Rogi. Oh, man, dude, because Gianna, I got to remember your mom, Gianna. Okay. All right, man. So see these 6 lovely humans right here? Imagine you're sitting at a restaurant and they're sitting at a restaurant, okay? And you're trying to figure out, like, who are they and what do they have in common?
At least I would say them right here, I would assume they're white.
Uh-huh. What's it mean to say they're white? Like, what do you mean when you say that they're white? Hey, by the way, dude, keep in mind, there's no like wrong answers or anything, so it's fine. Like no one's ever asked you to look at a white person and you say, oh, I think they're white, and then they ask you, what do you mean by that? So, right? No one's ever asked you that? Okay, so that's what this is, right? So you, what do you mean? Wait, which 3?
No, I was like aside from him.
Not him, but the rest of them? Uh-huh. And, oh, I love it. Okay, and what do you mean when you say you assume they're white?
I would say, like, just by looking at them, I would think that they're white.
And what's white? What's it mean to be white? In your mind?
I would say just like...
And hold that close, like by your chin. Like from Europe, you mean?
I would just say American, like American white people.
American white. Uh-huh. Who's American white, by the way?
Someone who was raised and born in America and they're white.
Uh-huh. They have ancestry from Europe.
Wow.
And where do you think they're from? Like, look at, can you zoom in on his face So come in. You just go ahead. You can zoom a little faster. Just get right on his face, man. Bro, so you might wait, can you put the slides up? You might, no, not that. I don't want that. I want this camera. Can you put this camera on the slides so he can see it actually?
You want on all three?
Yeah. Okay. Can you go up a little bit? I want to see his face. Dude, do you mind if I touch you? We're good? We're all right? Okay. All right. Turn to the side. You got it? Turn like that way. Let us see like your nose and stuff. Yeah, because by the way, wait, hang on. You need to know something. So I've spent about 15 years studying faces. Okay. So I said this the other class, but you really need to know this. This biogeographical ancestry testing, this class was the first big place where people tested their ancestry to see what part of the world their ancestors were from. And then we talked about it in class. Every single student in 119 got the opportunity to have their ancestry measured, okay? And we call it biogeographical because it's biological, meaning that all of these faces are different, bodies are different. It's geographical because they're different based on where people's ancestors were in the world. And so when I'm like asking him, hey, turn to the side, we want to see your nose, because there's something about noses that tell us things about who people are. So anyway, come here. You don't have to zoom out, just go right. Yep, zoom in a little bit closer. So look at her. You might want to look up there. You'll get a better vision. All right. Can you turn to the side, by the way?
I would say she's Swedish.
Can you zoom in on her nose? Yeah. Are you cool with that? You're cool, right? It's your nose, man. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. Next one. And
I would say
look at her.
She's
cheeks,
British.
Right? Like
British
you want to see
on,
like what features she has.
Hold it.
Here, look at her.
She is British based on her teeth.
Hang on. Are you cool?
Yeah.
We're good? Yeah. Look at her cheeks right here. Like look at her cheeks compared to her cheeks. Okay, bro? Yeah, you want to look at these things because they're clues as to who people are. All right. Can you turn to the left a little bit? Look, can you zoom in on her nose? Turn a little more. So you're right. Zoom in. See
okay. She's she's definitely got Scots Irish, and I bet she's from Appalachia.
See, check her nose out. See, like compared, see the little ridge right there? Okay, that's a clue.
No,
all right, that's a clue.
Looks,
all right, thanks, man.
She
all right,
looks
look at this
Scots
guy right
Irish.
Here. Look at him.
Now this dude looks kind of Eastern
Look up here in
European.
his look at his eyes up here, and look at his cheeks. Look at his mouth. Look at the shape of his head. Look at all these things. Okay, you got it? Because
What's up, John?
What I'm pointing out to you are things. Remember the story I told. If you take me to Europe and you don't tell me where I'm going to be in Europe, and you let me off the airplane, and I go to the center of a place, the city, let's say, not at the airport, because that's different, I can tell you with pretty good accuracy where I'm at. And I might miss a country here or there. I might say I'm in Austria and I'm really in Germany, but I can tell you with pretty good accuracy where I'm at because I look at his face, I look at her face, I look at these faces, and when I go to the place where he's from, there are a lot of people that look a heck of a lot more like him than look like her. Okay? So, all right, man. So let's go. So we got him. Okay, bro, zoom in to this young gentleman right here. Okay, look at him. Turn to the side a little bit. Yeah, either way, that's good. Yeah, look at him. All right, and then okay, now look at her. Look at different, right? Look at right here. Look at her brow bone, and look at the bridge of her nose compared to the bridge of his nose and the bridge of his nose. And then turn. Wait, zoom in on her, really close. Zoom in right here. Yeah, right there. Zoom in. Can you go further? Oh, you're maxed? All right, man. Okay, good. Oh, man. Awesome. All right, bro. Tell me something about them. Where do you think they're from?
I'd say I'm like pretty bad when it comes to figuring out countries, everything, but I can tell that they have like distinct features about themselves when you like really broke it down like that.
Like, what do you notice besides things that I said? Like, what are you seeing?
Jesus.
What else do you see?
I'd say like their hairstyles, like their hair type kind of looks the same to me. But their ears.
Their ears? Yeah.
Like I don't want to put no one on the spot.
No,
but,
no,
like,
you're
I
not
see,
putting
like,
anyone on the spot, bro. Dude, the ears, by the way, you want to know something? The ears are like a fingerprint to human beings that almost no two people have the same ears. It's just that we can't measure like we do with a fingerprint. So when you look at people's ears, man, they're really, really different. How would you just label them if you had to label them? You're saying this guy, he's like, who's different? Who stands out for you?
I say he would stand out the most.
He stands out the most. What about him that stands out? Because
I think he looks like pretty foreign. I'd say based off what he's wearing.
yeah, he's looking based on what he's wearing. But how about his face, man? Look at his face right here.
I'd say like his hairstyle too. Like I've kind of seen people, I'd say that look like him in a way.
That look like him in some way, and he's not. So it's a little bit different. Well, how about that guy right there? The guy on the right, the sweat with the hoodie.
I'd say
hold that close.
His hair is kind of like, it's making me like I don't know what he is. It's kind of throwing me off a little bit.
But just his hair.
Facial hair too, I'd say maybe.
Dude, hang on a second. Here, come here. Look at these two guys. Can you zoom in pretty close? Can you guys get close together? Put your heads kind of close together with my head, okay? Look at our faces. They're really different, man. Right? What's different about them?
Skin complexion, your age, obviously.
Yeah, all right. What else? Dude, you're not looking closely, man. Look closely. Come over here. Come close. Dude, look at us right here. Don't get in front of the camera though. Kind of stay a little bit. Come closer, like right here. Look at our faces. What do you see?
The noses are different.
Okay.
I would say yours is a bit more narrow. His is a little more wide. His is kind of like, say, in the middle.
But we're all white people.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, but not that guy down there.
I mean, he could be.
But there's something about him.
Yeah, like I said, specifically like how he's dressed, I would say.
Yeah, don't go with dress though. Yeah. Something about him. Okay. All right, listen. Let's have you all introduce yourselves, all right? Let's go.
My name is Akko. Georgia.
You know where Georgia? Not the state of Georgia, man. Georgia, the country.
Somebody said Spanish or Eastern European. Was that you, John?
A little bit here. You ever call white people Caucasians?
Yeah.
You hear people calling people Caucasians?
I mean, I guess, yeah. Here and there.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me tell you something. Do you guys use the word Caucasians ever? Do you know anything about Akko right here? Anyone know anything about Akko and Caucasians? Do you know where I'm going? Do you know where I'm going, bro? Where am I going? Yeah. Listen, this is the guy. When you think about white people, the term Caucasians, it came from his people, Mount Caucasus. It came from where he lives. This guy is the whitest guy in the class. All right. He is Mr. White. So, bro, it's so interesting that you're like, yeah, they're all white except that guy. And I'm thinking, he's the whitest dude in the class, man. The guy that came up with the word Caucasian, he named it after the people in his area of the world because he thought they were the most beautiful example of white people that he knew, that he saw anywhere in the world. Right here, bro. That's you. This guy, Mr. Handsome. All right. So there you go. We're going to call you Mr. White from here on out. You can put the name tag on. All right. Yeah, no, don't put the name tag. Oh, yeah, you can. Go ahead. Yep. Oh, wait.
My name's Sophia. I grew up outside of Philly, but I was born in Canada.
And you're Canadian.
Yes.
So she's Canadian. Okay. All right. Wait, what's your ancestry?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
I'm Veronica. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I am American born. But
Wow,
I
I got that wrong.
To Czech Republic because my mom is from there and my dad is from Ukraine.
Any Czechs here? Like,
didn't
or
even-
Ukrainians here? Like you
I didn't
see,
even
I
hear
see
what
your
you
face.
said.
And anybody see that with her? Like it's so clear to me. And I lived in Prague, actually. So, not that that says anything, but all right, bro.
My name's Elliot, and I'm from Leicester in the UK.
Mm-hmm. And he even if you don't believe him, you just listen to how he speaks. And what's your how far back does your family go?
My dad's side of the family is Hungarian, and my mum's side of the family is English. So.
Yeah, dude. And you see the Hungarian side in you, right? You get it's your dad's side. Yeah, you see that? You look like your dad. Yeah. It's like it's up here, and you're like, okay, all right. You're good. It's yeah.
My name's Adrian. I come from Sydney, Australia.
Yeah. Australia.
Yeah.
Mate, you have to say mate.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, all right. And wait, but your ancestry, what's your ancestry?
My dad comes from a little island called Malta, and my mum is Vietnamese.
So bro, he's the guy, that's where his nose comes from. Comes from his mom, right? So it's interesting to me that you didn't pick out his nose because his nose doesn't look very different than your nose, right? It doesn't look like my nose. I have like a long pointed nose. In fact, I just found out somebody who used to work for me said, I don't trust white men with pointed noses. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? What's that? All right. So, okay. So you're Australian. Mm-hmm.
My name is Olivia. I'm from New Jersey, but originally I'm from Poland.
You're from Poland. And what did I say to you?
You said that my nose looks Polish, so you can tell I'm Polish.
You have a Polish nose. Does everyone in your family have? Do you know what a Polish nose is?
Yeah.
You also have a Polish smile, by the way, and Polish eyes. Like it's cool. But for me, it's that little bit of a what's a Polish nose from your perspective?
I guess it's kind of a little bit like it's like kind of thinner.
It's thinner, and then
there's like a little bump.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
exactly, man. The Polish bump, right? It's so cool. And the thing is, if you go to Poland, like you don't look, if you look at her nose and her nose, right? And her nose are totally different. But if you go to Poland, you see people, because my wife, do you remember my wife from last week or whenever it was? She's Polish. She's half Polish and Irish. We're both people that have that a similar nose, but anyway. Okay, so the reason that you all are here is because they don't just have ancestors, but they all travel to the motherland. Okay, so we're going to have some conversations about whiteness based on that. All right. So here, do you have any questions for them just at the start?
I'd say no questions right now.
What's up,
but
Ola?
like, hearing all you speak, like I would say, especially you did catch me off guard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I didn't pick up that that he's half Vietnamese, but he's Australian. So okay, so listen, man. When you guys, when the six of you you're sitting up here, okay? Forget about the fact that you're Penn State students. I want you to go into your culture. To what degree do you feel like you belong to the same group? Well, to what degree do you feel like we can just label you and put you in the same group? Now that you know about where you're from.
Hey, Shiesty, this particular video is about white stereotypes. Yeah, I could do some curried goat. I made well, I think technically it's a mutton curry, which I still have some leftovers. So something similar to curried goat. Plantains. I'm actually surprised you can get plantains in Britain, but I guess you can get anything in London. So welcome aboard, everybody. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new, please make sure you subscribe to the show. We are up to 303 now. So we are a thriving, growing bunch of Spartans. At least
your
today.
background and so on. Do you feel like you're a team? Like the white team, if we call you the white team, or do you get to what degree do you feel that?
The white
anybody,
team?
whoever wants to go. You're just riffing,
That's
by the
pretty
way. There's
funny.
no answers, so just. By the way, this is a good question, right? Because we joke around. We look at all the white people.
Hey, hola. Considering the boring stuff I tend to show, that's an achievement. I'm good with that.
Here, and we'll just be like, oh yeah, all the white people. Okay, well, here are all the white people. Okay, and all right, go ahead, bro.
I think it's alright, like being labeled. Being called white, and being with other white people, it seems accurate. Like, yeah, I mean, I feel like we're all white.
Yeah, what's that mean?
Oh, it means like we all come like loosely from Europe. I guess white's a broad term, but it kind of encompasses most Europe.
Loosely from Europe.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Or somebody else. All right, someone else. What else do you feel like you're on the same team? Anybody who wants to go? You want to go? Do y'all feel like you're on? By the way, it's okay. It's like you can't say anything wrong. So like you don't, you know what I mean? So don't. Do you feel like? What do you think, bro? How about you? Do you feel like you're like on the white team? When you look at all these people, do you feel like all of you are on the same team, or do you notice identified differences? In a way, sure.
Yeah, like in a way.
Yeah, how so? What way?
Well, I never considered to be on.
Okay, all right. So, what do you feel like you have in common with all of them?
We all study here.
Okay, what else? Forget about that. Forget you're not studying here. Forget that you're Georgian. She's Canadian. She is part Czech. Part Czech, just Czech or
Czech and Ukrainian.
And Ukrainian. Oh man, are you kidding? This guy's from the UK. He's Australian. He's Maltese and Filipino. Oh, Vietnamese. Yeah. Yeah, same thing. Isn't it the same place? Philippines, Vietnam? Yeah, whatever. All right. So, and she's Polish.
Oh, we grew up in different cultures.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to get a specific answer. I'm just curious. Because like I don't know. How about somebody, Veronica, do you have a thought?
I was gonna say that I think to an extent, yes, but I still think we share different culture, especially maybe like the Brits. But I think like even like also like a different culture.
Mm-hmm. And what does that mean? Like really, like to you, for example.
Like I can give an example. Like
Please
for
do.
Christmases, I would celebrate Christmas Eves. I would open up my presents after dinner, and I would stay up till midnight. And then on midnight, we would have a huge dinner, and then I would open up presents. Like it wasn't after we woke up, like running down the stairs, presents at the tree. It was at night.
So, okay, That's a good example, actually. Do you know anything about Haiti?
Not that much.
Do you know anything about the Dominican? Let me ask you, do you feel like you as a Haitian American are basically the same as a Dominican American, okay? You're from the same island, basically. You guys the same?
I would say to an extent, but like our countries, like, you know, we're kind of known for having some issues with each other.
Yeah.
So there's kind of like, I would say bad blood to an extent.
Okay, but okay, so but really so you're not the same. You speak different languages, right? You guys don't speak Spanish in Haiti. Okay. Okay. So how about somebody, Elliot? How about you, man? When you like think about these other folks up here, like when here you are, do you see like yourself as kind of part of the white team or what team? What?
I'd say it depends. Like, I definitely feel different to like the average American or the way I associate myself. I definitely have a lot of Eastern European heritage that I kind of link back to, and obviously being from the UK, definitely a big culture shock coming over here. Kind of the way people assert themselves, the way people act, like a lot different, but still white.
How about the way white people act over here? You mean everybody?
Yeah.
I'd
say it's different. Like, I think it's just where you come from, and like where you grow up. Like even from Leicester, I have like different cultures to someone say from Manchester or London. Like, because there's not a big travel time. It's just like where you grew up, where you come from, what social class you're associated with. Like,
so let me, Sophia, are you guys on the same team here? You guys?
I'd say so.
What do you have in common? Like, what do you have in common really with this guy? Yeah, well, yeah, that's not much to go on, actually. What else? See, this is the question, right?
Yeah.
The assumption is, these two people have a lot in common. Okay, they all six have a lot in common. So what do you have in common with Elliot?
Both speak the same language.
Kind of. You don't speak the Queen's English, though.
I mean, I don't speak with an accent, no.
Okay. You know, you do speak with an accent, right?
No,
She speaks with an American accent. Can you speak with an American accent?
Occasionally.
Say it right. So tell us right now. Do an American accent right now.
White Claw.
Oh, that's
I'll
pretty
take
funny.
a beer. All right. Hey, I don't. Okay, wait. So what else do you share?
I'd say obviously Canada was part of like the United Kingdom colonies at one point, so I'd say I share more with her if she's Canadian than I would a typical American.
Okay, but here's the typical American, right? He's Haitian American, but he's typical American, okay? He's no more foreign than you. You're Georgian American, right? He's Haitian American. So here, can I get a hang on. Can you come sit right here? Can you just hop up really fast? And can you move down? And you sit right there. Oh wait. Oh no. Hang on. Sorry. Can you hop up? You sit down. All right, so listen, bro. Back up. I want you to see these two right here. Right here. Do they look? No, Elliot, right here. Come here. These two. Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
How? It seems to me, who has more in common? Does she have more in common? Do you have more in common with her, or do you have more in common with, or does she have more in common with you, or does she have more in common with him?
As Americans, I'd say probably more in common with each other than with me.
Yeah. So it's interesting, though. You're like saying, yeah, we're all white. We're all similar, but these two, you guys share a lot, man. And like compared to you, so being white, so like, let me ask you, How about you? Who's more similar? Sophia and dude. These two
Yeah, I would say those.
or these two?
I think currently those two, but ancestry.
Yeah, so but what matters most in the world?
I think
the culture?
Yes.
More
Current
than
and
ancestry?
like the way that the way you were brought up.
Yeah, like these two people are far more like each other than either of them are like you. Or like you, bro, the Australian mite, right? So what's it mean though that we have to get there? You know what I mean? How is that? Like to see that? Let me just ask that. I don't know. I don't even have a question. It's just an observation.
I'd have to think about that.
So think about it. You got the black guy here and the white woman from Canada, okay, who's Canadian in her ancestry, and you got the original Brit right there, man. This is the original American till we kicked you all out, right, or converted you, or whatever the case is, right? And we're saying suddenly these two have more in common than the two white people.
I think because geographically, yeah.
Well, it's
the
just
Canadian American versus UK.
Yeah, but these two are both Americans. Like they get what it is to be an American, and far more than this guy, or more than this guy, all the subtle ways. Like you guys understand how it is to be American. All right, bro. Here, you come up here. All right, have a seat, real fast. How is that for you? See this blonde woman right here? Canadian American, that you're actually more like her than she is like that white guy over there? How is that for you?
I would say I don't agree with that.
Well, how are you more like, what's different though? As in terms of culture, in terms of...
I would say culture, and then if you just kind of were to walk up to the three of us, you'd be like, who has the most in common? You're probably going to assume them two, and not me and her.
Listen, Elliot and Adrian, if this guy shows up in your culture with you, how much is he gonna fit in? Let's say that he and Akko show up in your culture. How much is one of them gonna fit in more than the other?
Mate, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. That's what I think.
This guy is.
Yeah.
How about this guy?
He'd blend in, but like after a while, like people would be like, "Oh, he speaks kind of funny and got weird mannerisms and whatnot."
And how's this guy going to stick out? Just because of what he looks like?
Initially, yeah.
But how about his ability to blend in with customs in Australia?
Oh, it's pretty different. Like I think Americans in general kind of have like characteristics that make them stick out in a place like Australia, I think.
So the fact that Olivia here is white, right? Does she have any advantages to fitting in? Does she know more about Australian culture?
Not at all, no.
So is she going to have any advantages to fitting in that, not knowing the same amount as he knows?
I'd say no. Yeah, I would say no.
How about Elliot here?
I'd say Elliot probably has a fairer chance in Australia.
He might have a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. Of really kind of fitting in. Huh. It's just interesting the way that okay, I want to ask you guys, do you have any other questions, by the way? Because I got to, all right. How do you guys, ask that question right there, man. That's a really good question.
How do people talk about white Americans?
In Poland.
Okay. In Poland, white Americans are seen as lazy, like very lazy. Like they don't like clean their own houses properly.
Wow.
Like they're just really talked down on, and that my mom often sees people walking to like the high school near our house in pajama pants.
Yeah.
So she just kind of finds that like crazy.
How about like, is this okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
All right.
But just like the like red and like black like printed pajama pants, like she would never let me out of the house like that, not even to like the grocery store around the corner. So
they think, so they talk about white Americans as lazy and not clean.
Yeah.
And you like to clean?
Well, my mom is very big on cleaning the house every day and every Sunday. It's like a huge thing in our house that like even if there's like one speck of dust on like the desk, it's like seen as dirty.
This is a Polish thing, man. You know, if you like clean, you want to find yourself a Polish woman or a Polish man, whatever the case is, doesn't matter. Marry him. Trust me, it's worth it. Yeah. One speck of dust. Okay. How about you? How do people talk about white Americans?
I'd say loud or obnoxious. Like whenever like Sydney, it's a pretty big tourist destination. So whenever you're kind of out and about, you can really tell when there's an American around. Because it's louder than everybody else and usually complaining about what their food is, and they're just like generally like much louder. That's what I think.
And so Olivia, you were shaking your head. Is that a similar thing? Loud? Poles?
Yeah. And like if an American goes to Poland to like just visit as like a tourist, you can pretty much tell who's American because of like their mannerisms or also just like if you've ever been in like a queue line and like the American is kind of like known to kind of like lean over like or just kind of like I don't know how to explain it. I don't know, just kind of like lean over, like pop their hip a little bit while they're like standing.
Insert themselves.
Yeah.
Assert themselves.
Yeah. And Polish people are just kind of like, I don't know, they don't really like to be noticed. It's just like go in, get your stuff, that's it.
Yeah. Dude, you got that? By the way, Haitians are also known to be clean freaks, right? So you got a lot in common with so you could be with a Haitian, you'd be all right. You know, but Poles you're off the chart. How about you? How do they talk about white Americans?
Not in a good way. Yeah. Definitely like there's the stereotypes that everyone's obviously very fat, everyone's very rude. But I find it myself, like, especially like in the culture of Americans, I find me and like other English guys I know over here are very polite, very shy, or like the way they go around, like I walk through a bar and I go, sorry, excuse me, really sorry, can I get past? Whereas Americans will just blow right past me. It's like, I wasn't even there. So I definitely find it like, yeah.
Do people talk about white Americans differently than they talk about, say, like black Americans? Or are they mostly all the same?
Pretty much, it's just American. There's no,
Dude.
Yeah.
So you got, when you go to the UK, you got to deal with all the stereotypes that Americans create over there. You know what I mean? Tell them you're Haitian. You'll be all right. How about Haitians? They'd be all right?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. All right. They'd be seen differently than Americans?
Yeah, it's as soon as they start speaking, it's like, oh, they're American. So
okay, I got you. Veronica, how about you? Like, how are Americans talked about?
They're definitely like talked down upon. Like they're not very like
white Americans?
Yeah. Like,
dude, white people. We thought we were on top of the world, man. It turns out we're lazy, we're dumb, we're fat, we're ignorant, we're like all these things. Oh my God, dude. See that? It's good to be black, isn't it? All right, go ahead.
It's just like all this, like the stereotypes that you just listed. Like they're always saying those, and like even because I'm the only like American born in my family, and like all of my family is in Europe, like grandparents, cousins, everyone, and like I can tell like they even make like I have an accent when I speak in Czech, like I have an American accent, and like they're always like, oh Veronica, you just said that word really funny, and I'm like, guys, I'm just trying to speak like a language, just let me be.
Right. Just let it go. You want to know a funny story I had in Czech Republic? I didn't have it in Poland because I don't think you do it in Poland. But when you line up, Brooke, so come here. I want to show you something. So imagine that we're going to buy here, right here. We're going to buy something. He's the shopkeeper, right? And like I would come. You're buying something, right? And I come and I stand behind you, right? So here, can you hop up? And so this guy comes and he's next. He stands next to you. Here, stand right here. And I'm behind you. And then you buy your goods, and then, okay, you leave. And then he slides over. And we were like, dude, what are we invisible? And then the next thing, then I'm standing there going, okay, well, I'll be next, you know? And then he buys his things and he leaves, and then she slides over. And our thing was like, God, these Czechs are so rude, man. They're so rude. And finally, this old woman with a babushka, she's coming. We're standing there. She comes up here, come back here. She grabs me by the shoulder and she takes me over here. And she says, she told me in Czech, stand here. And then I got it. That was after about a month. Right? It took. Thanks, man. It was kind of slow, but that was one thing about like rudeness that I had this idea.
I don't know about that, but
no, it's not rude though. That's how you line up there. And we were just like not doing it correctly.
Yeah, I love to like go to like foreign supermarkets for some reason. Like it's like a different, like you can see the different culture in just like the food.
Totally.
And so every time like I'm like going to my grandparents' place in the summer, like I always go to the supermarket with them, even if it's like at 8 a.m. Like I'll still wake up early and go.
Fun.
And one thing that I always like find really nice that I feel like in American stores they don't do as much. I think in Europe you're like constantly saying like good morning, how are you, when someone walks in, and like at the cashier you have to say it. And like even around like in the village, because my grandparents live in a village of like 200 people, everyone knows each other. And when I was younger, like I didn't know the people, and I'm also from Brooklyn, so I'm not like used to saying hi to everyone.
Yeah.
But as you like get older, like I realized like everyone says hi to each other, even if you don't know the person.
Yeah.
You still say hi, good morning, like how are you. If you're just like walking the dog and like someone else is walking a dog, we always say hi, even if you don't know them. Like we have like other tourists coming to our village because there's like a little castle in there, and so other tourists from like Czech, they come like 2 hours and then they come like for the tour of the castle,
And you just engage.
and they're still saying like hello, how are you to me. And I just found that like interesting. I feel like in America it's not
It's
much
see,
like
in some
that.
places it is, but definitely not
more in the South,
in
but
the
not
city.
like-
Yeah. Ahoy, ahoy is how you
Ahoy,
say
yeah.
ahoy. You ever hear that term? Ahoy
That's the informal version.
of hello. Remember that. Okay, listen, Sophia. How about in Canada? How are they talking about white Americans?
They think they're dirty, mean.
Does that have
aggressive.
anything to do with our current?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
They like always talk about like politics in the U.S.
Yeah, okay. So dirty, mean.
Yeah, lazy.
So add that, white people. Add that to the list. You're also mean.
Yeah, it's like everyone
Isn't it
there is
good
so
you're not
nice.
white? Yeah. What's that?
Everyone there is so nice, and they like will go up there, and it's like a culture shock almost. Like,
So how much are they just putting in the United States all Americans together in one group?
I mean,
Like-
they do like they just generalize Americans. It's just like
Just Americans.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're gonna be any different. Like
No.
I don't get a pass because I'm white. It's
No.
like I don't get okay. So see that, dude? You can feel good about yourself. Huh. All right. Akko. How about you, man? How do people?
Not bad at all.
It's not bad?
Not bad at all. Because like in Georgia we're really known
Hold it tight.
In Georgia we're really known for our hospitality.
Yeah.
So like if we
And
have
your food, by the way.
Yeah,
but
yeah. So if we have like if we have someone from a different country come, especially America, like America's looked at somewhere you go if you want to make it out. So like if we have someone from America coming, like you can expect getting free food, free drinks from a lot of people.
Dude, hear that? And what about let me ask you this. How about do you make distinctions between different Americans? Or is an American an American?
Like an American is an American, but like I would say older people, like in their 70s and 80s, who were part of the Soviet Union, they have more of like there's more like racism like between them. But like the younger generation, like my
Wait,
age,
more racism against who?
like African Americans.
So like,
yeah, yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Would they make a distinction? The fact that he's Haitian, that wouldn't matter to them.
They might.
No, they wouldn't know where Haiti is. Probably.
Exactly, but like the younger generation though, it's like if you're an American, you're an American, and you're welcome.
Yeah. And so, and it's cool. Like if he showed up as this American guy, like it'd be like if he showed up at a bar in Tbilisi, right, in Georgia, if he shows up at a bar, it'd be like, oh, dude, you're American. People would buy him a drink.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Because what's wrong? That's because you lost the war 250 years ago, man. You're still holding that shit against us. You know what I mean? Huh. Wow. Do you have any questions now?
I would say, do you guys agree with like how it's talked about? Like when you see white Americans, do you think the same thing that's been taught in your cultures?
When I first came over here, I was like expecting it to be like that, but the more time I've spent over here, like I think they're a lot more exaggerated than I was first taught to like view Americans. Like I've spent I can't fly home for Thanksgiving, or I spend a week for spring break. I've had Americans that I know invite me back for a week, like lovely people. So it's definitely a stereotype and not something that's accurate, or what I found that's accurate in my 4 years here. So
That's a good question, by the way. What do you think about, what have you learned about white people, white Americans, by being in the U.S. that people back home don't understand? What do you know about white Americans that people back where you're from don't understand?
I think a lot of white Americans kind of really dislike kind of being grouped in with other white Americans. That's what I've kind of noticed. Like a lot of white Americans are pretty critical about the way that other white Americans act.
So like social class for them is or something like that? Or?
Yeah, something like that. Like, I mean, there's definitely a lot of like caricatures about your patriotic redneck American, but like, as there are some of those people, like I'm sure most of the people here wouldn't really want to be identified in the same kind of group as them.
So let me ask you this then, to what degree do you see, I'm going to try to get this question, so see what you got here. To what degree do you see certain stereotype? To what degree do you look at white people in the United States and see differences versus put them all in one group?
I think, well, I do think Americans are loud and obnoxious. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing though. And I think where I come from, I think we're a bit more loud and obnoxious than we want to admit. I think same with like being a patriot. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I look around and I probably see a lot of people who have very conflicting views with each other, and all kind of raised in a different part of America, which probably defines them more than if they're white or not.
Yeah. So you've like learned that.
Yeah, I'd say like calling an American from Texas and an American from New York City, like it's like they're from different countries almost.
Okay. All right. Do you have another one, by the way?
Nah, I don't.
So when we're in this class, when we talk about, hey, the people who are white, let me talk to the people who are white in here. Does that strike you as kind of odd? Or to what degree does it strike you as odd? Hey, let me talk to the white people for a second. Because what I'm hearing is you don't.
Like, here, I think people like to group people like white, brown, Asian, black.
Yeah.
So, like, that's kind of just like an easy way that people want to kind of categorize everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, where I come from, I'm definitely seen as ethnic, and like it's a bit of a differentiation for me anyway, from being white there. But here I've kind of just accepted that it's just easier for people to call me white and
just to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt me.
Olivia, back in Poland, do people talk about white? Do people refer themselves as? How do people call themselves? People who look like you and I. What do they?
I'd say like Slavic.
Okay.
Not white.
Not white. People don't use white a lot.
What they do, they're like, oh, look at that like white person that's on the street, or like look at that like if there's a lot of people, black people that visit Poland, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, look at that black person on the street. Like typically they say like white people, but to themselves they refer as like Slavic.
So do people see themselves as a group? Because like in the United States, white people we see ourselves as a group, as a sociological category. Do Polish white people do that?
Yeah, there's not many differences between like every single Polish white person. I'd say like we're pretty similar in like the religious aspect, and like we all kind of look alike. So I would say that they group themselves as just like Slavic people all together, like white people all together. But like it would be different if like, let's say like a Ukrainian person came into the picture. They'd still call the Ukrainian person white or Slavic, but it would just be a different type of Slavic, or like a different type of white.
Okay. Hey, Veronica, do white people in Czech Republic, for example, or Ukraine, is there a sense among other people that white people there think they're superior?
I think to a certain extent, yes, because I feel like in Czech, I can speak more about Czech than I can about Ukraine.
All right.
So in Czech, like they're just gonna say, "Oh, I'm Czech." Like it doesn't matter because like ethnically, like it's primarily white. So that's what like in their minds, that's how they view it. And so they're just gonna say, "Oh, I'm Czech." Like they're not gonna be like, "Oh, I'm white," but they just say I'm Czech instead.
Okay, I got you. So like the use of white as like that kind of racial category is not.
Yeah,
it's not ever present.
No, they're more like national than like.
Do people talk about how Americans do that?
No, not really.
Elliot, do Brits talk about how Americans do that? Wait, Brits, is that all right? Can I call you Brit? Yeah. Do Brits talk about how Americans like are labeling? We're always labeling ourselves.
I wouldn't say they talk about Americans because they don't really realize. A lot of them haven't been. It's so far away. But I think there's definitely a difference between Americans calling themselves black, white, Hispanic, Asian. Whereas in the UK, you kind of define yourself as where you're from. Like
It's a
someone's
nationality
Scouse,
thing.
or someone's Geordie, or someone's Brummie, or someone's a Londoner. Like, regardless of color, like you more go off because football teams are such a big part of where you're from. So it's definitely different. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do we have a question from the stream? Let's see what we got. Does anybody have a question out here? Anybody want to ask a question? Bro. Dude. All right, hang on. Let's pull the stream up. Go ahead. Actually, you ask your question.
Yeah. So I feel like from what you guys are saying, it sounds like Europe is more xenophobic than it is racist, as in like people are more, they just don't like people that aren't from their country. And I was wondering if you guys think that's attributed to the fact that there's more countries like around them, and whereas the US, there's everyone's like in the same country, but they still want to find ways to divide each other. So they go by race, whereas in Europe, there's so many more countries. So, you know, people, and since, you know, there's not as many races in their country, it's easier to divide yourself by people who aren't from your country.
Does that make sense to anyone? Does it? Yeah, it's an interesting question, right? Dude, so Joe asks, race is a social construct, right? Race, this idea that we can group people together on the basis of our physical characteristics. Where's black and white and white begin? That we don't know. And why not stop talking about race? How much, let me ask you this question in Georgia. Do you guys talk about race a lot in Georgia? You don't talk about it? Just ethnicity, really? So wait, hang on. So this is the birthplace of white people. Not really, but you know, you guys really don't, you're not talking about race. Here. Just ethnicity and nationality?
Yeah. Because it's really like only white people. Like I grew up around only like white people.
Yeah, only white. How do you distinguish? Do you see physical differences in people and then make distinctions as to like what part of Georgia they're from and so on?
I mean, yeah, but like it's so small, like the country. Like,
Yeah.
you know a lot of people already.
So there aren't a lot of I mean, I think myself of Georgians who I know, they have very similar features. All right. Do we have another? Hey, Joe, by the way, Stephen from England. All right, dude, one of your peeps says, question for Eric from a fellow dude, Elliot, it is, not Eric, from a city with a very diverse culture in the UK. Do you feel you stand out less white in America than you do in, how do you say, Leicester?
Leicester, yeah.
Leicester.
Or Leicester for Americans, yeah.
Yeah, for American,
Yeah.
dude. You want to be cool? Say Leicester. Memorize that. Don't say Leicester. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, Leicester's known for being one of the most diverse cities in England or even the world. I grew up with guys who were Hindi, Sikh, Muslim. My mum's Protestant. My dad's Catholic. South Asians, Eastern Asians, like everywhere. So Leicester is kind of a combination of all those. So I don't know. Depends where you go. I feel like there's any city. Depends where you go in Leicester. There's a place called the Golden Mile, which is some of the best curry you'll ever eat. But that's a lot of South Asians kind of populate there. So I definitely feel I stand out going to that part of Leicester. Whereas where I'm from, which is kind of southern Leicester, which is a lot more farms and countryside.
So here at Penn State, do you think about yourself as being white more or less than you do back home?
No, I think it's pretty similar. Yeah.
Do you think about yourself? How do you think about yourself in terms of being black compared to back home in Long Island?
I mean, Long Island specifically, I would say I do think about it because the area I live now, it's predominantly white. And then here, it's like really predominantly white. Like when I see black people, it's like I'm not seeing that often. I'm seeing way more white people.
So like white
than black
and
people.
white.
Where do you feel like you're more yourself as a Haitian guy?
I would say definitely at home, like in my house, because it's pretty much like no one speaks English there. Like most of the time I'm speaking Creole. I'm eating Haitian food, which is pretty much what I ate most of the time growing up. Like I didn't really eat American food, anything like that.
So let me ask you this question. Like now, after we've had this conversation, you talk about like white people back home. When you think about white people back home, I want you to think about like these the white people back home are just like these white people here. They're very different. They're not just white people, How is that? Like when I say that to you, like, does that, like, is there any rewiring that happens for you?
I mean, I'd say I definitely kind of analyze more when I see a white person, because I'd say mostly when I see like a white person, I literally just think it's just like a white person. Like I don't really look into depth, considering if I see a black person, I'll think, where are they from? What's their background?
Yeah, so like think about the class that we did a couple weeks ago with Team Black as opposed to Team White, and think about those many differences with black students who were up here. That's like that. This is just as significant in that way. Do we have another question? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I guess for everyone up here that isn't from America, do you wish there were more areas of representation for your culture, like Poland or English, Australian?
I think I mean I've been here. This is my 4th year here, and yeah, I don't think I'm here to meet other Australians. Like I've kind of been. I lived there my whole life. Like well, I go back during the breaks. It's kind of nice coming back and being around Americans after being around Australians, and kind of vice versa. Like you kind of get the best of both worlds, and I feel like if I were to like stay in like some Australian bubble where we just talk about like the footy and whatever, it's probably not like, it's probably like, what's the point of being here? That's kind of the way I see it.
So there's somebody else in class who's from Australia. Wait, who's from Australia? There's two of you here. Wait, am I missing? Or who's Australian? Maybe not from Australia, but Australian. Hey, can you, bro? That's you, right? All right, we'll have you up at some point. Can you answer this question from Layla? Because you went like, you're like really Polish, man. Even in the U.S. Like, check out like her story, Olivia's story.
So I would say no. I say that there's enough representation of Polish people, especially in like the town that I grew up in, my hometown. So I'm from Linden, New Jersey, and it's like right next to like Newark Airport, around that area. I would say there is a Polish store on probably every single corner of that town. I'd say like there's like 8 or 9 in the whole entire town, and it's a pretty small town. I went to a Polish CCD for like 8 years of my life. Polish lectures, like Polish school. All of my Polish friends around me like went to Polish school also, and they got like their like seal of biliteracy in Polish. So like I would say I feel like there is enough representation here, mainly just because I grew up in a very Polish populated hometown.
Hey, the Canadians don't have that here, do they? Like there aren't neighborhoods where Canadians hang out and live and stuff. You don't have it either with Georgian. Where's the largest population of Georgians in the U.S.? Do you know?
New York.
In New York? Like in Queens?
Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn? So you guys hang out together? Like, are there stores and restaurants and things?
Yeah, there's a lot of restaurants.
Would I know them if I'm walking down the street? I would know.
Yeah, they would have like Georgian flags on it and everything.
Dude, I got to tell you. So Lori and I, we were in St. Petersburg, Russia. And like, no offense to the Russians, but the best food in St. Petersburg were at Georgian restaurants. Yeah, really amazing, man. Really, but yeah, we kept going back to these Georgian restaurants that we would find. Do you have another question from the stream? From New York City says, should one identify with the country they're born in or from where their ancestors are from? Let me ask you guys, like, how do you, Sophia, how about for you? Like, do you feel like, do you like to what degree do you really like to identify as Canadian, for example?
Well, I usually like tell people I'm from here, but then like if it comes up, I'll be like, well, I'm Canadian. But like, I don't like I would never say I'm like American or like I do like use Canadian more.
Because
I'm not American.
Okay, all right, cool. Does it feel like it just separates you also? It's just like, okay.
Not really. Like I feel like because the countries are so close just in like directionally, like
Yeah.
I don't feel as separate.
Yeah. Where's your family from in Canada?
They're from St. John, New Brunswick.
Really? Dude, that's a cool spot, man. Okay. I was in St. John, by the way. Veronica, how about you? Like, how long would you continue to talk about your Czech background?
So being from New York, since there's a lot of diversity, a lot of people who I was friends with, their parents were also immigrants. So whenever like I was talking to people or like I met someone new and like we asked, oh, where are you from? Like we meant like, where are your parents from? Since that was like primarily who was around me. But I know like if I'm introducing myself to someone, I do say I'm from Brooklyn, but my parents are from Europe because I do feel like my culture is more European than it is American. Even though I was born, like raised in Europe, in America, I did go to Europe for the summers for months at a time. Like I would spend the time
You speak
there.
Czech?
And I speak Czech fluently, yeah.
Yeah. So like that. So that's something that you.
Yeah.
Hey, are you proud of that?
Yes. I am.
Are you? How about you being Haitian, man? How is that for you?
I'd say it's a big part of my identity. Like if you were to talk to my friends, they would all know I'm Haitian. They know about my culture. Like I speak Creole a lot to them, even though they don't understand me sometimes, like just because.
So if people call you Black or African American, how often do you say, actually, I'm Haitian?
I don't really say nothing if they say I'm Black, but when they say I'm African American, I'll correct them and say I'm not African American, I'm Haitian American.
because
that's just like where my parents are from, like the household I was raised in.
and you feel proud of that.
Yeah.
Bro, do you feel proud of the fact that you're Georgian? It's like how and Canadian, you feel proud? It's different with you guys. Do you feel proud? Like how often do you emphasize that I'm Polish? Like
Same with what Sophia said. Like, I'll tell them I'm from New Jersey because that's where I like spent my whole life growing up. But if it does get brung up, I'm like, oh, I'm Polish. I'm from Poland. So,
dude, that's awesome, man. I mean, this is the thing, right? When you're immigrants and it's part of your culture, it's like it's part of the thing. Okay, listen, dude. Hey, can we have a round of applause? Nice job, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. Okay. Hey, thanks, man. Nice job. Dude, thanks for being up here.
It's your boy
All right.
Davo, and we back with another video.
Well, it is dinner time, folks. I will be back tomorrow around probably closer to 3:00, and I think there's more Fukuyama in our future. One that I didn't get to today, but it's short. And Saturday, I guess Saturday we'll look at that Sharon show, unless something better comes up. It's leftover pasta and marinara, and I had some sauce, some Italian sausage meatballs left over. So I just put them in a pan and finished them off, and then microwave the rest of it. I made it actually, I think I made it last week, and it's been sitting in the refrigerator, and I figured I better eat it before it goes to waste. Yeah, Ola, I've been up here a little bit over 5 hours. I could go a little longer, but I think I need to eat, and then I've got some reading to do, and then probably just read in bed till I fall asleep. And let me see if anybody. Hold on one sec. Usually T will go live on Thursdays, but I do not see anybody that I endorse on the on YouTube. So yeah, I will leave you all to your own. I will see you all tomorrow. And everyone have a good night. I had a good time. So see y'all tomorrow. And who knows if Nightish or somebody goes live, I may pop into their chat, but I think I'm done. I'm done with panels for the day. Man, what Sin, are you still in the chat? Let's see here. Nope, she's not in the chat. Apparently, John Galt is in a war with Team Fatty. What's up with that? But I'll ask her tomorrow. All right, everybody. Have a good night.